Welcome to Taking Charge and Celebrating ADHD. This is the first module of the course on organisation and planning. So before we start, we're just going to tune in to the here and now and get present to organisation and planning. So taking a nice deep breath in and breathing out and relaxing the shoulders. And on the next inhale, just scan the body from head to toe. And now just check in with the mind. Just note what's there. Put any worries or concerns aside. And setting our intention to get present to organisation and planning. And the impact that lack of organisation and planning has on our lives. Also to get present to tips and tools that can help to stop feeling overwhelmed with appointments and tasks. Opening your eyes, getting present to planning and organisation. So each session when we meet as a group live online, we ask kind of what did you take on last week and what results did you get, so we can celebrate every little step of the way. So it is about sometimes we just go from the next thing to the next thing without actually celebrating what we have achieved. So let's look at what we're going to actually look at, and we're looking at setting the intention of the group, but individuals, basically your own intention. So getting present to your own intention of where you want to be at the end of this course. We're going to look at why are we disorganized and unable to think ahead, and just understanding the severity and the consequences of poor planning and organization. We're going to introduce an effective system for planning, and we're going to set realistic goals and the power of intention, and then also look at new ideas to how we can improve organisation in all areas of our life, and finally to keep the focus and motivation going. So why join this support group? Well, it's practical, it's interactive, it's goal orientated, and it's about celebrating life. So we go from a victim mindset to a growth mindset. This is not about information, it is about transformation. So why the lack of organisation and planning? ADHD affects the executive functions in the brain. So we know that, and if you're on medication, then the medication may be helping with this to be more focused. But then it's about what you focus on. Now, the relationship with time and procrastination is something that we need to look at, because time sometimes just disappears. And before we know it, we said we're going to spend an hour on something, and 3 hours later, we're still there. So we need to look at relationship with time. We need to be realistic with tasks and understand how long they're going to take. So the number one thing that sets us up for failure is having a to-do list that's this long and not enough hours in the day. Just doesn't work. Reward deficiency and dopamine function in the present moment. So we tend to want to work on the things that we're going to get quick wins on and push away the harder things that we don't want to face. So one of the highly effective habits of successful people is to do the worst first. So planning ahead and delayed gratification are two sides of the same coin. So what we're talking about here is, again, this delayed gratification. We don't want to wait. We want it now. We want the reward, the fix now. We don't want to put the work in to get there. This is a key issue. Too much focus on short-term rewards. The future is a blur. Now we're not thinking ahead. You might be thinking in a couple of weeks' time, but not in a few months' time or the end of the year. Lack of concentration on mapping schedules in the brain. This is where mind maps can come in very handy to make something visual. And it's all about motivation. So if we don't have the motivation to change, we are not going to change. Period. That's it. It won't happen. You've got to get present to the consequences of disorganization in your life right now. So what are you currently experiencing with planning and organization? What emotions come to mind when I say to you, right, you're going to sit here and do a plan for the next 5 years? What would come up? Just check in now with that. If I said to you what words would come to mind, for myself, it would have been boring, would be a word. Now it's essential for an effective way of being. Because this is the reason why. Each action has a consequence. It's the law of cause and effect. It is real. So if we look at integrity, when our integrity is out, there is a consequence. And no relationship works without integrity. So here's what Nathaniel Branden says about integrity: is the integration of ideals and conviction, standards and ideals. When our behavior is congruent with these areas, we reach integrity. So what does it look like? Well, if we look at a triangle, and you've got these three areas. You've got performance, leadership, and integrity. And if integrity is out, then it affects performance. And it affects leadership. If you're the leader of a company and you set up a meeting and you don't turn up on time, then what does that say to everyone that works for you? That it's okay? You're not leading by example. The integrity is out. There's no right or wrong, it's just what is, because behavior gets copied, and whether it's right or wrong, you just got to look at whether it works or it doesn't. This is the other thing from Tal Ben-Shahar. He's the founder of the Positive Psychology Course. Fail to plan or learn to fail. So what are the consequences of poor planning? It's going to affect our performance, basically. We're going to miss appointments. If it's in a work context, we miss appointments. If it's in a personal context, then trust gets eroded, relationships break down. Back to what Dr. Russell Barkley said, we're highly intelligent. It's not about the what and how, it's about the when and where. It's an intention deficit disorder. So take a moment and think about the consequences of poor planning on your life. A disorganized workplace means disorganized work habits. A sloppy work environment leads to sloppy results. But what are the long-term impacts on our life? What really matters? Increased anger and frustration. We react in aggression when we can't find something. And that affects our body. Our shoulders get tight. It affects our relationships. It results in poor health. And there's a lower life expectancy with people that have ADHD and it goes untreated. It can take 10 years off your life. Check it out. It's a research by Dr. Russell Barkley that was done in 2019. It can also result in relationship breakups. And it'll affect the children that you have as well. So what can we do about it? Introduce behavioral change now. Not tomorrow, not in the future, right here, right now. So how do we do that? Let's introduce an effective planning system. You've got to find what works. Some people prefer paper, writing things down, than electronic. Some people prefer an app. You've got to find out what works for you. So this is how you can do it. Firstly, raise awareness, okay? Then set your intention, what you're going to do about it, and make it specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and timely. Then break the task down, what's required in small chunks, and then put a feedback loop in. Check the planning process is alive. Check back and see, are you now through the changes you put in place, are you now not missing appointments? If you are still missing appointments, then something needs to be tweaked. So just think about what planning systems you tried and what ones have worked, and just get present to that so you know what works for you. So spending a bit of time on this can make all the difference to any project or your life. And setting realistic goals and the power of intention is the way forward. If Dr. Russell Barkley is saying that this is a disorder of intention, then this is something that we need to be aware of. And we have to think, let's put it in place. And it's doable to have set the intention. And you can do it according to this model, the SMART objectives. Very simple. If we don't know where we're going, how are we going to get there? And by when? How are we going to measure it? Is it realistic? Is it achievable? So intention is a mental state that represents a commitment to carrying out an action or actions in the future. It involves mental activities such as planning and forethought. How to set one? Well, look for the gap. What's missing? What gap do you want to fill? You can meditate on that. Then detach yourself from the outcome and center yourself. And then trust in the law in the universe and the law of attraction. So take a moment and think about how you can apply this to your life right here, right now. Okay, let's move on to improving organization within our lives. How many times have we been looking for those car keys or the house keys? And how much time does it take up looking for them? We all know the answer. It's not that we don't know, it's about the application. So having a place where they live and creating the habit to put things back in the same place can help with this. So other things that can help, we've got to create an effective, powerful to-do list with the order of importance and urgency. So you can have a to-do list, but if it's not organized, then you still don't know where to put the focus. So have another running list so we don't add too much to it, and tackle the worst first. Take notes when talking to people on agreements and promises made. Use a planner, online or paper. Ensure all your appointments are in the diary, and just stick, this is the crucial thing, is stick to one system. If we start using different ones, then you have got to update each one. Stick to one system that works for you. If it's paper, just work to paper. So here's a quote from Peter Walsh, Lose the Clutter. What I know for sure is that when you declutter, whether it's on your home, your head, or your heart, it is astounding what will flow into that space, that you will enrich your life, and your family. This is what can come as a result of this. So here's some tools to declutter. Okay, so firstly, meditation, decluttering the mind. Mindfulness practices, slow down. Second, throw away unnecessary items. There's a great Netflix program called The Minimalist. Two guys decided they're only going to have what they need in their house, and they got rid of all the other stuff. And they go around America promoting minimalism and what it means for their life. Important documents, have an area for important documents, licenses, house documents, bills, bank statements. Create storage. Make sure everything has a place. Mobile phone, keys, those tend to be the things that we spend most time looking for. And then the trick is to, once you're on top, is to stay on top and stay organized. So this is sometimes not called like a reset. Some declutterers call it a reset. So for example, in a kitchen, once you've done the dinner, you can have a reset. So you reset the kitchen back to as it was when it started. You can do this upstairs, in the bedroom, just organizing your clothes, putting things back in its place. And you just do it for 10 minutes and you set an alarm and you just do it for 10 minutes and then you stop. If you add a new item to your life, maybe dispose of an item. When you see a drawer open, close it. Don't wait for the weekly cleaning to do those little resets. And harness technology because it's there to help you stay organized. So take a moment to think, what can you do in your life right here, right now to declutter? So be gentle to yourself and think small steps, but also set rewards if you do it and punishments if you don't. This was something proven in the Hawthorne research that if there's a punishment and there's a consequence for not doing it, you're more likely to do it. So it could be something that you go without your favorite treat that week because you haven't done it. Something that matters to you, put that in place. So keeping the motivation and focus going. How do we do this with a distraction disorder? Well, there's no royal road to anything. It's one thing at a time, all things in succession. That which grows fast withers as rapidly. That which grows slow endures. So take it slow. Just change little bits as you go and celebrate those. How to stay focused and motivated? Or stay connected to the why. Why are you doing this? Why are you introducing behavioral change? This is where your intention comes up and you visualize the journey and the destination. You have it there. What does it look like when you get there? Be positive and realistic. Surround yourself with the right people. Keep your personal commitment to responsibility for your life. It's your life. Nobody's coming. Be kind to yourself and implement self-compassion. Give yourself a hug and say it's okay to fail. Sometimes if we don't fail, we don't learn. Nothing will work unless you do. Very simple and so true. So if you have any questions from this module, please feel free to get in touch, email me, book a discovery call, and happy to chat to you about any of the content in this presentation. Here's some of the resources, which will be in the actual introduction and the text of this video. And just remember what the Buddha says, we are what we think. All that we are arises with our thoughts. With our thoughts, we make the world. Welcome to celebrating and taking charge of ADHD. This is module 2 on reducing distractions. So before we start, let's get present to being here with a short meditation. So taking a deep breath in and breathing out, keeping the back nice and upright. And then on the next inhale, just scan the body from the head all the way down to the toes. And just checking in now with the mind and just note what's there. And then just putting aside any worries or concerns as we set the intention to focus on reducing distractions. As we got present to planning and organisation in the last module. Our relationship with time is under observation. Sometimes when we have all these things to do on our to-do list, we wander off task and then wonder at the end of the day why we haven't achieved what we needed to achieve. So it's time to put this under the spotlight to find out what causes these distractions. So taking breath in and breathing out. Opening the eyes, getting present to celebrating the here and now. That we're already good enough just the way we are. But what we're doing here is we're looking at how we can better cope. Okay, so we'll get started. So in our group sessions, we basically do introductions and we also celebrate the little small steps that we've taken along the way. This is just an introduction to why this support group is, because it's practical, interactive, goal-orientated, and it's about a celebration of life. So what we're going to discuss today is we're going to look at why do we get distracted. We're going to look what do we get distracted by, and we're going to get present to the consequences, and we're going to implement a distractibility test, and then we're going to learn how to implement distractibility delay, and then refine our environment to reduce these distractions and introduce you to mindfulness as a tool, an essential tool for anyone actually on any human being really, to actually get present to why we do what we do. So why do we get distracted? We live in an age where there are more distractions than ever. If you think about it, it's not just one messaging system on the phone or the email. There's many, there's multiple. So some of us have multiple email addresses. Some of us have messages on Facebook, messages on Instagram, messages on Skype, and messages on Signal, which is a new one. WhatsApp, it's all there. And it's very easy to get distracted by things. And basically, mindfulness So living in this age where distractions are plentiful, we need to be more vigilant than ever. So let's have a look at why it happens. Well, we know that ADHD affects the executive functions in the brain, and we're constantly looking for this new dopamine fix. So what happens is we get bored. We might get bored in a conversation. We might get bored with a project that we're working on. So our mind wanders. There's also chemical changes in the brain that are taking place. And also it's down to lack of motivation as to why we're doing what we're doing. If we don't have the motivation, if we're not present to the benefits of why we're doing what we're doing, then we lose motivation. Also, if we're not present to the consequences of staying on the task, if we're not on the task, there's a consequence. And it may be that you miss a deadline and then you lose a job, and that has knock-on consequences. But we're not present to those within the moment. Within that moment, it's not as important because we're bored and we want something that's going to give us that new fix, dopamine fix. Work is hard, distractions are plentiful, and time is short. It's so true. Our time is short. So we want to be able to make better use of our time. So let's try and understand what we get distracted by. It's Warren Buffett, one of the most prosperous people on the planet. The most dangerous distractions are the ones you love, but that don't love you back. So yeah, so the ones that you love, they're not loving you back, but then they pull you off task. So it's getting present to that. So what distracts you the most and takes you off task? Take a moment just to think about that. So when we do this session live, a lot of things come up, mainly mobile phones distract us, emails distract us, maybe people that we live with distract us. But mostly, the majority is the mind wanders. So what are the consequences on our lives? So when be so busy improving yourself that you don't have time to pay attention to anything or anyone that distracts you from your growth. So this is kind of a double-edged sword, this one. I mean, there's something called actually the too busy syndrome. You're too busy to do this. You're too busy to take on this. Too busy to do this. Too busy to take time and talk to your partner. This too busyness has a consequence on your life because you're not spending the time on what's important. So it's very much kind of a one-way street to discontentment. Growth is important, and that needs to be focused on. But you also need to pay attention to what's going on around you. So it comes back to knowledge versus performance. So the consequences, the key consequence is performance, isn't it? Our performance suffer, and that could be our performance at work. It could be our performance within the relationship that we hold dear to our heart. Or it could be the performance in our growth. So if we're trying to progress a practice or learn something and we keep getting distracted, then we're not going to actually learn it. So the age in which we live this non-stop distraction is making it more impossible for the young generation to ever have the curiosity or discipline, because you need to be alone to find out anything. So if we don't have this time for ourselves, and we're all busy texting, or watching this Netflix movie, or playing this game, this video game, then we're never actually spending time alone to find out about us and what we do, or generating any curiosity about anything. Our minds are full constantly. And we suffer for that. We suffer because if we don't get present to finding out more about what makes us happy or where we want to be, then our general well-being suffers. But let's look at integrity. So nothing works without integrity. So we got leadership, performance, and integrity. You take integrity out of it, our performance suffers and our leadership of our life suffers. So take a moment to think about the consequences of being distracted in your life. You could pick an example where you strayed off, or maybe failed to complete a task due to a distraction. So I'm sure that we can actually think of many of these examples, but the consequences it can lead to is that if someone's asked you to do something and you're not able to do it, you complete the task, then it could lead to frustration and anger, which could lead to resignation and that relationship ending, whether it's your boss or your intimate partner. So let's look at how we can start to find out and untangle what's going on within our minds that are causing all these distractions. What are we paying attention to? So we can do this by implementing a distractibility test. And it's about awareness, basically. Yeah. Be aware when distractions come your way. You'll know it's a distraction when you stop doing what you're supposed to be doing and find yourself pondering things that have no value. That's when you know you've got distracted. And when you say they're no value, they're not incongruent with the intention that you've set yourself for your life, for your task within that moment. So how do we do it? Okay, so here's what you can do. Is you pick a task, so you choose something that maybe is a bit boring, and you time yourself on that task. So it may be like peeling the potatoes for dinner, or it may be cleaning the downstairs toilet, or it could be a work task, looking for a job. So basically, you set the time for that task. So you say, I'm going to do a 30 minutes on that task. You set the timer, so you can use a timer like the Pomodoro method or a timer on your phone, and you have a notepad beside you and you start doing that task. So every time you off the task, you note down what took you away from it and how long were you away off the task and how did you get back to the task. So you basically note that down with the three columns. For example, if the phone rings, then you note down phone call. It was so and so. I was on the call for 10 minutes and then I finished the call and got back to the task. And then after that, you can review it. So when the timer goes for the 30 minutes, you stop, regardless of whether you finished or not, you stop. And then you can review the distractions. And if the phone's gone off 3 or 4 times, you can start to see and say, actually, perhaps I can turn the phone onto silent while I'm doing that particular task for 30 minutes. And then you've instantly reduced that distraction. So there's something called the distractibility delay, where we kind of get these distractions all the time. So it may be a thought, it may be an idea that's coming. Oh yeah, that would be good to do. And then you go off and research it on Google. But then you're off task of what you're supposed to be doing. So you can start to put in a distractibility delay. Someone highly successful, the developer of Facebook. I'm here to build something for long term. Anything else is a distraction. He knew exactly where he was going with Facebook. That was his vision. He didn't know exactly how it evolved, but the intention was there and he stuck to it. And now look at it. It's a country. So here's some tools to implement distraction delay. It's having these reminders around you of what's important right here, right now. So you make your mission visual. Your intention is visual, so you can see it. So you can start to see that if you're off task, you just look at it and say, is this task relevant to what I'm going to do? I'm doing. And a reminder of where you're going. You make the consequences real. If you don't stay on task, there's going to be a consequence. What is the consequence? If it's about a job, then you could put a picture of the job centre up because that's the consequence. Make it real. Turn off all notifications on the phone and the computer while you're doing that task. Very important because we need those notifications, but you can turn them off while you're doing the task. Communicate with others. So this is perhaps people you live with. If you're working from home, say to them, I've got a 30-minute window. I'm doing something that requires a lot of concentration. Please do not disturb me unless it's really urgent and the house is on fire. Something like that. Okay. So you need to communicate your intentions. Otherwise, people will just come in and they'll want your time and regardless and not understand what you're trying to do. So you have to communicate to others. Reorganize your environment physically and virtually. So start to look at how can you reorganize where you're working so it doesn't distract you. So for example, if you're working near the kitchen and someone's cooking, then that smell of food is going to distract you and maybe cause a desire for food. So perhaps you need to move the office into a spare bedroom. Break down the tasks involved, so small steps. This will make sure that you don't go off task. Reward yourself when you complete the task and do the distraction test to gauge your awareness of those distractions. So start to look at your environment inside and out. What can you do? So true, yeah. Don't let mediocrity distract you from greatness. You are all great. Stay focused on being great. Here's some tools. Okay, we've looked at some of this before. Meditation, so decluttering the mind, tidy your workspace, make sure everything has a place so you're not distracted by looking for things, and communicate. So, what's the one thing you can take on to reorganize your environment this week? Introducing mindfulness as a tool. So here's a quote from Sharon Salzberg, a famous meditator from the US on love and kindness. Distraction wastes our energy, concentration restores it. This is a really key point because it is all about energy. And if our mind is going from one thing to the next, we just get confused. We absolutely get confused. Now, Tal Ben-Shahar, the founder of Positive Psychology Course in Harvard, actually says that when we've got multiple tabs open on our computer, it actually decreases our IQ. It goes down completely like that. So yes, even though we are good at multitasking, it's one of the superpowers of ADHD brain, just be aware that perhaps just to focus on what you're doing and building that concentration can ensure that you reach the goal on that task. So close the tabs down that are not relevant to the task. What mindfulness practices have you already tried and experienced? So just take a moment and bring those experiences to mind that you've already tried and note down your experiences. So some things that I guess I tried is just sitting meditation to start with and found it quite challenging. Having the restless part of ADHD coming at play. And then I discovered walking meditation. So walking meditation I found that was a lot easier because it gets you out of the mind into the body and you're also moving the body at the same time. So what can mindfulness do? It can increase our awareness. And there's many types of mindfulness practices that we can do. Meditation is just one. Mindful walking, another. Mindful running, mindful eating, and yoga is a mindfulness practice. Tai Chi is a mindfulness practice, mindful breathing. The Mindful Monday sessions are more about training in mindfulness. So John Kabat-Zinn, he was the founder of the 8-week program of mindfulness, and his definition of mindfulness is awareness that arises through paying attention on purpose in the present moment, non-judgmentally. So that's what mindfulness is. But it actually originated from the Buddhist tradition. So Buddha taught on mindfulness of the body, mindfulness of feelings, mindfulness of mind, and mindfulness of truth. So Robin Sharma wrote the book, The Monk Who Sold the Ferrari. And he says less distraction, more focus, less gossip, more encouragement, less past, more future, less toxicity, more positivity. So here's the invitation to do the work. Implement a distractibility test. Change one thing in your environment and attend one meditation or mindfulness practice session this week. If you have any questions, you can email me through the site or get in touch and book a discovery call. It'd be lovely to have your feedback. Here's some of the resources. Simon Sinek on overcoming distractions. Driven to Distraction, that's the guide to, it's a good book. And you can find more resources in the tribe member area and videos, etc. And some useful apps to explore. Forest, Be Focused. So these apps will dedicate some time to a particular task and help you stay on track. There's also a research study here, latest distractions on driving studies. So this is another area where we could improve by reducing those distractions while we're driving, because it's split second it can take, and then an accident that can happen. So next topic is adaptive thinking. Let's just tune out. Take a deep breath in and breathe out. And check in with the mind. Just note what's there. And then slowly opening your eyes. Putting a smile on your face. Bringing something to mind that you're truly grateful for. And just leaving you with this quote by Deepak Chopra. Awareness is all about restoring your freedom to choose what you want instead of what your past imposes on you. And you can't change what you're not aware of. And he asked the question, do you want to be a prisoner of the past or a pioneer of the future? Thank you. Welcome to Module 3, Adaptive Thinking. Before we start, let's just get present and tune in. So take a deep breath in and just scan the body from head to toe. And then just check in with the mind and just note what's there. Putting any worries or concerns aside and setting our intention to get present to adaptive thinking, understanding what it is and how we can apply it to our lives. Okay, so let's basically have a recap. Maybe you can start thinking about what you've taken on and what results you've got, and start celebrating those results, one small step at a time. So what we're going to look at in this module is what is adaptive thinking. We're going to get present to understand the ADHD brain. We're going to increase our awareness of thoughts and loops, these thought loops that we get into. And we're going to get present to the consequences of those thought loops and how to break them. And look at cognitive reconstruction and mindfulness as tools. So what is adaptive thinking? So this is a really good description of it. So adaptive thinking is the ability to recognize unexpected situations, quickly consider various possible responses, and decide on the best one, and is an essential ingredient in the ability to perform at high levels of mastery. So just get present to that. The ability to perform, it's the essential ingredients. So if we're looking at knowledge versus performance, and Dr. Russell Barkley points out that there's a defect in the performance, then adaptive thinking is something that we need to look at to see how we can learn it and apply it. So essentially, it's kind of our process to solve problems. And if we look at life in general, the greatest truth of life is that it is difficult. Life is difficult. Many people don't get present to that. They expect it to be smooth sailing all the time, but it's not. The greatest truth is that life is difficult. And the sooner we accept that, then it becomes no longer difficult. So the way life presents itself is a series of problems. One by one, things come up, and we have to deal with those. And some are expected, some are unexpected, these unexpected situations. And it's about how we deal with those, how we respond to them. And adaptive thinking is the essential ingredient in terms of like a recipe. It's in the recipe to be able to perform at high levels of mastery. So how do we look at what are the key elements of it? Well, number one is effective planning. So it's about thinking ahead and reviewing all the options available. Number two, it's about careful monitoring of progress. It's about checking back. You know, I've put this change in place. Is it working? If it's not, maybe I need to change it. Review what works best and only focus on what works best. If you find something's not working for you, then adapt it. So pull it out, change it, do something different, because you get what you get because you do what you do. Change what you do and you get something different. Third element, flexibility. So the ability to shift thinking and behavior to accommodate for these circumstantial changes is essential. If we become so rigid in our thinking and it has to be this way, reality, things aren't the way we really want them to be. So we have to have this element of flexibility in there. So let's just think a little bit for now to think about what currently holds you back to adaptive thinking. Just give you a moment to think about that. Okay, so sharing from my own life, I think a lot of what's held me back from adaptive thinking has been fear. Fear of failure, fear of what other people will think, fear of not being good enough, not quite making it. And I guess even now, having the diagnosis of ADHD, that can sometimes hold you back because we can think, oh, it's because ADHD, that's why. And then we just become resigned to the fact that I have an ADHD brain and I'm not going to be able to do it. That just is the way it is. This can hold you back because it's a story that you're telling yourself. Henry Ford said something very true. If you think that you can't, you can't. If you think you can, you can. So whatever you think is right, because we make our thoughts to be true when they're not. So let's understand the brain. Let's understand this ADHD brain, non-neurotypical brain. as described by the medical world. So it affects the executive function, we know that, but what is the executive function? Well, it's the general term for management and regulation and the control of cognitive processes. The executive system enables you to plan, make decisions, override responses, and correct these errors. So how does that work? Well, the executive function requires the prefrontal cortex, the front part of the brain, in order to function. Other parts must be activated as well. So as soon as if fear comes in, what that does is it shuts down the prefrontal cortex, so you don't have access to it. So the first thing you have to do is calm yourself down before even getting to any kind of stage of thinking what to do and how to respond. So it develops over time, this prefrontal cortex, via a non-linear growth spurts, and it reaches its peak during adulthood. So within the brain, there's two main parts. There's the old brain, the reptilian, and then the new brain competence, and that's the new brain is more to do with the prefrontal cortex. So the new brain is associated with imagination, planning, remuneration, worry, self-awareness, and the old brain is really just fighting to survive. It's all about survival. It's our motives to avoid pain. It's the emotions, the anger, the anxiety, the sadness, the joy, and it's the behaviors. There's this fight, flight, or submission. So it's this threat system. When there's a threat that comes in, remember going back to the savannah, and you're the deer in the savannah, and the lion comes along. What are you going to do? You're going to run? Are you going to freeze? We're going to fight. And this might be, you might spend most of your day in this mode. And if you are spending most of your day in this mode, because we don't live in the savannah, that's for sure, but we have these same things that are happening. These lions are coming in, which are mostly to do with other people and situations. And over time, it creates a lot of stress on the body. It drains you. Imagine you have to be constantly fighting all the time. It's going to take a lot of energy. And if you're running all the time, it's going to take a lot of energy. And even if you just submit and just freeze, then you're numb to what's going on around you. So all of it takes energy. Let's look at thoughts now and just increase our awareness of thoughts and what thoughts actually are. So from thoughts come actions, and from actions come all kinds of consequences. Mindfully understanding that thoughts are not facts, even the ones that say they are, helps us to see them clearly so we can choose which ones to act on. So thoughts are not facts. They are not part of you. They're like cloud formations in the sky. They're impermanent. They come and go. Not everything you say is true. Start investigating where they came from, because all thoughts are borrowed. And the brain naturally has a 3-to-1 ratio, negative to positive. This is for any brain, any human's brain. So we have to work hard, especially with those negative ones, because there's a 3-to-1 ratio. And you can think about this in terms of your day. If something good happened to you during the day, and let's say you had about 5 or 6 good things happen to you in that day, and then one bad thing happened. Someone said something, they upset you, one bad thing. So at the end of the day, what do you think about? Those 6 good things, or do you think about the one bad thing? We know the answer. That's why we're here. Myself included, by the way. I'm not immune to this. 60,000 thoughts a day. 95% of those thoughts are the same from the previous day, which leaves us with only 5% new and creative thoughts. That's if we're lucky. Tal Ben-Shahar, founder of positive psychology course in Harvard. And some of those figures have been up to 80,000 or 18,000 a minute thoughts. It's a lot of thoughts. And most of them are the same. They're repetitive. We go over and over the same thing. So take a moment to ponder on what are your repetitive thoughts and how do they hinder your progression in life or with a task or just in general. Okay. So I can share from my life, I guess, is that repetitive thoughts are, am I doing enough? Am I doing enough to get the message out there? And it's continually going on and on and on and on. And it hinders my progression because sometimes I don't take the breaks that I need. And I'm wanting to do more and more and more and not having the breaks. And that hinders my progression because then it affects my health. Let's look at what is a thought loop. So a thought loop is defined as the experience of being trapped within a chain of thoughts, actions, and emotions, which repeats itself over and over again. It's in a cyclic loop. These loops usually range from anywhere between 5 seconds and 2 minutes in length. However, some people have reported them to be up to 2 hours, a few hours in length. Taking our time out. Time is short. So let's look at what we kind of do in a scenario. I mean, social media now is can trigger off a lot of thought loops. If someone writes something on social media, so let's look at this this situation. It's very common in, especially in sort of young teenagers. They'll look on there and say Joe was not invited on to Lucy's birthday celebration. So she goes onto Facebook. She sees that all her friends are there having a good time at this party. So the new brain thinks, well, why didn't I get invited? And then the old brain thinks, starts heart racing, tense, muscles, anxiety. And then it goes into anger and self-directed anger. So the old brain. And then it goes into anger and envy. But if we look at the new brain, it will ask this question curiously, why didn't I get invited? And then it will go into maybe because I didn't send so-and-so a card. Then it might go into, I'm not a good friend, it's my fault. Or she knew why I didn't send a card because I've got loads of things going on in my life and she's so pretty. She doesn't need a card from me. So you can see both are going into thought loops, and the brain is going into the thought. The new brain is into this thought loop of trying to seek for a reason as to why, and then the old brain is connected to the body, and you can see that it's having an effect on the body. So what are the consequences? Love this image. I mean, we don't normally get steam coming from our ears, but sometimes it feels like that, doesn't it? So here are the actual consequences of these thought loops. Okay, it's apart from it just takes your time worrying about something. Frustration, anger, procrastination, delays in projects or life plans, decreases in your performance, negative effect on your well-being and health, it destroys relationships, lowers self-esteem, and it increases suffering. What have been the consequences of thought loops in your life? And just pick an example of a thought loop and share how it's impacted your life. Okay, so I can share one from my life, but in my intimate relationship is about trust. So there's been a continual thought loop. Can I trust him? Can I trust him? Can I trust him? Oh, has he done that? Done that? Can I trust him? That the consequences is that I didn't open my heart to trust someone. I let that thought loop, which was actually when I started to investigate it, came from childhood, my first relationships with men, and I basically had this belief that men could not be trusted, and that was showing up later on in life, and it just kept coming, and it's there and there and there until I was able to recognize it, where it's come from, investigate it, and then let it go, because it's not the reality of what's happening here and now. So it's a thought and it's not real, because I have no real justification not to trust my partner. And the consequences is it affects him, it affects me. He doesn't feel that he's good enough. He doesn't feel, he kind of makes you feel like you're not to be trusted. And trust is something that's essential in all relationships. So how to break free of these thought loops, okay? This is the burning question because we know that they're there. It's not about knowledge, it's about transformation. So the first thing, we can't change what we're not aware of. So we must raise awareness on these thoughts. So you can keep a journal. You can use an app called the Thought Diary, and you can start putting these thoughts on trial. So there's a template in the resource section where you can put these thoughts on trial. And there's also a useful tool for adaptive thinking as well, to look at all the thinking errors that come up. Because sometimes we tend to just jump to conclusions and it's not the reality of the situation. Hence, like the birthday party might be just that, the other person forgot, or they didn't have their number, or they didn't, there's a multitude of things that could be in the mix that's happened, but we're creating a story from it and we're believing it to be true. So ask questions. You can ask these questions. Is it true what I'm thinking? What evidence do I have for it to be true? Focus on the present. Observe it and let go. And start forming new habits. Develop positive thoughts and affirmations to reduce this insecurity in yourself, and be kind to yourself. We don't rise to the level of our expectations. We fall to the level of our training. And this is why we're here on this course, is when we can raise that level up of training, then we can actually look at our expectations and our thoughts and say, are they real? Are they true? So the other thing we can do for adaptive thinking is look at this cognitive restructuring. So within the brain, we have these neurons that fire, and sometimes with ADHD, they're misfiring. So we're not actually making that connection. So to make the habit form, we have to do it. Some people say 21 days, 40 days, apparently, is to make a habit. So we've got to get present. We've got to get present to the types of automatic thinking that come in at play. We've got to recognize when a thought loop is happening, and going to develop mindfulness as a tool and understand the mind-body connection, and get coaching through support groups like this one. So within the support, in the resources section, there is a worksheet on all the different types of automatic thinking, so you can get present to what they are. Take a moment and just think, what are your current experiences with CBT, cognitive behavioural therapy? Okay, so my experiences with CBT, I've had some therapy and looked at the computer system that government gives you, and also through a therapist, and it takes time. That's the conclusion I've come to it. You have to put the work in, because if you've got 80,000 thoughts a day, That's a lot of work. So you might pick one thing and change that belief, but you've got to constantly keep working on that belief every day, because we go back to our automatic thinking of the first thing. It's a natural thing. And the police say this in terms of accidents, is that we don't learn from our mistakes. You know, we can have near misses, but unless we really look into those near misses and we don't learn from them, we're going to do the same thing again. Hence, if we look at crimes that are committed, the reoffender rate is high. If that prisoner gets released and they go back into the same environment that they were in before, all the conditions are there for it to reoccur, and it happens. So it's exactly the same with us. So we can learn, we can go on a training course, and we can be on that training course and we can think, yeah, this is great. I'm going to do this. This is what I'm going to put into practice. This is what I need. You go away, Monday morning comes, you're back at work, training course gone out the window. So this is why Peter Drucker says, don't tell me what you've learned on the training course. Tell me what you're going to do differently, because that is the evidence of learning. A change in behavior is the only evidence of learning. Get this, the only evidence of learning is a change in behavior. So how does it work? CBT is looking at changing perceptions. So when we get born into this world, we don't have many perceptions about anything. And then we don't even have a perception about what our name is until one day our mother or father or caregiver says, oh, Sue, you're Sue. Looks you in the mirror. Sue. You Sue? Me Sue? Yeah, that's when you get the first realization that you are called Sue. You have no construction about what names are, just in the world. And then everything else gets a label. When we look at a bird, it's a bird, bird. If we look at tree, tree. If we look at house, house. Mum, mum. Dad, dad. All of these set precedences in our head as the perception, and it's the first one. It's our primal relationships or our primal experiences that set it for everything else in our life. So we have to go back. This is what the Chinese say. To understand the present, you have to go back into the past. So you've got to walk that road and find out what made you think that way. And is it relevant now to carry on thinking that way? Does it serve you or does it not? So the whole loop around it is CBT, is it's these thoughts, it's what we think affects how we feel and act, because that links into behaviors, because what we do affects how we think and feel. And then emotions is what we feel affects how we think and act. And it's constantly going round and round and round and round and round. 80,000 thoughts. So to restructure all of those thoughts, it's going to take time. So we have to break it down step by step. So you can start thinking about what are those limiting and self limiting beliefs that you currently hold and work on those ones first. So here's what a CBT session looks like, just to give you an insight.
I sat down to discuss the ins
How
and
you can
outs
do
of
it
how
is
that
you can do
therapy
it through
works
a
and how it can
recognized
be
CBT
used to
therapy.
change your thoughts, your emotions, and ultimately your behaviors. And then we decided that we would do a mock therapy session with myself portraying somebody who has a cognitive belief, or what is it called?
Yeah,
again?
a certain kind of core belief.
Core belief, yes. And you're going to walk me through that belief and show the viewers how CBT can actually bring them closer to the truth and closer to a more healthy way to think and react and behave when it comes to our emotions and thoughts. So my core belief in this mock therapy session is going to be that I feel like I'm unlovable by everybody. Right. That's my core belief. I feel like I'm pretty lovable by most people.
Yeah.
I'm sure not everybody.
This is not Kyle's actual core belief.
Right, exactly.
But you are playing a patient in which has that core belief, and I think it's a common core belief for people, whether they want to admit it or not.
That's right.
And it makes sense because it's one of our basic drives is to be loved by people. I mean, that's just a basic human drive.
Yeah.
And it's not just about emotional wellness that you feel loved. It's actually about physical survival. If you're not loved and nurtured, then you might die.
Right.
You know, your physical being will actually perish.
Right.
If you're not nurtured well, if you're not taken care of well. And so I think this is a good one for us to role play.
Cool. Well, this will be great for the viewers to see what a therapy session could be like and also how CBT is used. So I'll let you take it away.
Okay, great. So Kyle, what brings you in today?
I recently broke up with a long-term partner, and it's been one of many breakups I've had in my life. And at this point, I'm getting older. I have gray hair. I feel like the clock is ticking, and I don't feel like I will ever find somebody who loves me. I feel like I would have found him already. I feel like I've dated enough people to make that happen, and it's not happening, and I don't see anything changing, and my depression is through the roof because of it.
Okay, so I'm sorry about your breakup, and I'm sorry that kind of led to a cascade of thoughts in your head about what this really means about your future for relationships and about you ultimately. So we're gonna do a practice technique right now, and this technique is called laddering. And what this is gonna help us with is getting some of those negative automatic thoughts. I mean, you said many right now, actually, just in your description. We're gonna work with one of those. And it helps us to get them organized in a way so that you can actually see what that automatic thought leads to. Sort of like if you think about automatic thoughts being kind of like an iceberg, and the automatic thoughts is the tip of the iceberg that you can see above the water. It's conscious, but you have to kind of attune your awareness to it. But deeper thoughts are actually submerged. You can't see them. They're below the water level. And that's what we need to get to, because that's the crux of the issue. These core beliefs drive how you feel, how you think, and even the rules that you have in life about how you should behave in order to have safety in many ways. And so let's start with an automatic thought. I heard you say that you were thinking, based on this breakup and other ones, that I might never find somebody who will love me.
Yeah.
So let's work with that automatic thought. There were other ones, but I think this one is a good one to work with. So if your automatic thought is, I'm not going to find somebody who loves me, what might that mean? Like, what does that thought mean to you?
Well, I look around at my friends and my family who are in relationships, who are having kids, who are posting pictures, who are sending out Christmas cards with their significant others, and I don't feel like I will have that. I feel like while everyone else will have love in their life and meaning and purpose, I will have nothing. I will be alone, and I am alone, and I am also lonely.
Right.
And that is devastating.
So what might it mean if you were alone? Like, let's take that part of it. So, you know, you kind of broke it down like, well, I don't think that I'm going to find anybody to love me or who I'll love or who I'll have this relationship with. And to me, that means that I'll be alone. So what would it mean if you were alone? Like, what if that did happen? What would that mean about you?
Well, on one hand, it means that on one hand, it means that people wouldn't, if I'm alone, it means that people don't want to be with me, which is
right.
Awful.
It's an awful thought.
And it also means that I won't be able to enjoy life how I could. I will miss out on dinners and holidays and weekend trips and children and legacy and memories. There's a laundry list of consequences from being alone.
Right. And you had just said that one of the things that being alone means would be that maybe that means nobody wants to be with you. And so what would that thought mean if it was true? What if nobody wanted to be with you? What if that was an actual fact? Like, what would that mean?
That there's something wrong with me.
And if there is something wrong with you, if that thought was true, then what would that mean?
That I haven't done a good job in my life. I haven't done a good job becoming somebody that people want to be around.
Right.
That people want to be in a relationship with.
Right. And what would that mean about you if people didn't want to be in a relationship with you? That you haven't done a good job and people didn't want to be around you?
That I'm worthless, that I'm a waste of time.
Yeah. Well, that's the core belief. The core belief is I'm worthless, or sometimes people will say I'm unlovable. Sometimes they're interchangeable, but like that's how we got to the core belief. Is we keep doing this laddering technique where any negative thought you have, I ask you, what does that mean? If that thought was true, what would that mean about you? Okay, well, if that thought was true, that would mean that I would be alone. Okay, well, what would that mean if that was true, if you were alone? Well, that would mean that nobody would want to be around me. You know, and you kind of kept breaking it down to like the deeper and deeper level until you got to this idea of that would mean that I was worthless, that maybe I'm just not capable of being loved, that I'm undeserving of love. And that's what we mean by a core belief, which is like a horrible thing to have to think about. And I want to be clear that core beliefs are not necessarily what you actually believe about yourself, but core beliefs are your biggest fear, meaning that if it was true, it would be devastating. If you truly were worthless, or if you truly were unlovable, that would be devastating.
I don't feel, if you would have asked me 3 minutes ago or 4 minutes ago, do you think you're a worthless person? I would have said no. Not at all.
Right. Yeah. And I think that when people first encounter what could be their core belief, they have that kind of reaction of, but I don't really believe it's true, at least not intellectually. But it's really about the fear of, man, but what if it was true? Like, what would that mean about my life and what I could even amount to, and what kind of legacy would I leave behind if that was true? And everybody has different fears for different reasons. Some people's core belief is, you know, I'm incapable, you know, and that to them is paralyzing. Like, man, if I wasn't capable, like that could ruin my life, you know? And it's not that they actually believe they're incapable, but it's just like, oh my gosh, if that was true, the consequences to my life would be devastating, and I wouldn't even be able to tolerate it. And so this is sort of what we're working with. And I always say when we get to a core belief, it doesn't necessarily have to be your core belief, but let's work with it. Let's see if it is. You know, part of this is sort of like hypothesis testing. Like, let's work with that and see if that could be true for you.
Okay.
When people have core beliefs, they usually then have conditional rules and assumptions about how the world will work and how they should act within that world. So what I mean by this is when you have such a core belief like I'm worthless or I'm unlovable, there will be certain things that you believe are scripts that you have to follow in order to have any semblance of emotional safety or to prevent yourself from having that core belief come true. And so we're going to talk about what some of those things could be for you. When somebody has a I'm worthless core belief, what might that do in terms of your expression of your needs and wants to other people? Like, what rule might you have if you actually believe that you might be worthless or that you fear that that might be true? what kind of rule would you put on yourself in terms of how you could communicate your needs and wants to others?
Well, I would probably only, in terms of a romantic relationship, I would probably only date someone who I felt was like below my league, I guess. I don't know if that's a rude thing to say, but
no, it's honest, and I think you're not alone in that.
Because if I truly was worthless, then I would need to be with somebody else who couldn't see that, who would never know that I was worthless.
Right.
And so I would need to date accordingly.
Right.
I wouldn't go after the people that I actually wanted to date because they're too smart to figure it out.
Right.
That's at least I
that
think
would be
that's
like
what happened.
a possible thinking there.
Yeah,
definitely.
and I would also try to show my worth a lot, even though I believed I'm worthless. I would try to show, well, look at the great house I have, and look at how happy I'm being, and look how fun my friends are, and look at my cool job, and look at, see, I'm not worthless, I'm not worthless, I'm not worthless.
Right, yeah, no, those are excellent examples of the types of rules you might have when that is your core belief. And might you also have a type of rule where you felt like in certain situations you had to contribute something so that there would be worth? So like even in friendships, for example, like, how are you? Like always about them as opposed to, oh, now we can talk about me for 20 minutes.
Right.
Do you find yourself sometimes doing that with your friends?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm always, for as long as I can remember, constantly making sure that the other person was happy with our interaction first. Professionally, friendship, romantic, familial. Are you happy with our interaction? I constantly remember thinking, are you happy about this? Because I want to make sure you're happy about this, because I don't want you to have an interaction with me where you're not happy.
Right, right. Okay. So again, another great example of a possible assumption or rule that you might put on yourself when this is the core belief. And so, as you might imagine, there's a long list of these. If we sat here for 2 hours, we could probably come up with like 20 other rules that probably play some role in your life. But I want to move on to the problem solving phase, because that's what CBT is all about. Is like, let's solve the problem. So
yeah, I love that part.
So we've identified the issue, and there's been very many different ways in which you can work with your core beliefs, but you have to remember that these core beliefs have been there for a long time, and they're kind of pervasive. Like this idea of I'm worthless, as you just demonstrated, it's not just about your romantic relationships. It's about how you interact with friends, with professional people, with colleagues, whatever. There's permeating of sorts in almost all the domains of your life. And so what we're going to do now is one of my favorite ways to work with core beliefs and assumptions once we've identified them, and that is to create an individualized behavioral experiment.
Okay.
To try to see if your core beliefs and the assumptions that follow them actually apply to every single situation.
Okay.
As I mentioned, core beliefs feel pervasive, and we want to make them more conditional. We want to make it so that, well, in certain situations and with certain people, they may make me feel this way, and maybe that even comes from childhood, but it doesn't apply to every single thing, right? And the way that we shake that is to actually get evidence. CBT is a scientific program, and this is kind of like our mini science experiment that we're going to do together. So there's only a couple of rules for this experiment. We're going to design an experiment around one of your rules or assumptions, and the one that I want to use, which I think is a good one to do, because you want to start with a lower hanging fruit that's not too activating.
Okay.
Like we shouldn't start with the rule of you dating people who might be of a different level than you, because that one is a little bit deeper. But we start with something that feels like you can approach it, and there's a little bit of risk. It makes you a little uncomfortable, but not like the worst thing that could happen. And I think that would apply to the rule of, I always have to take care of other people's needs first. Because there's a lot of people that applies to it. It can apply to your intimate relationships, but it can also apply to friends, colleagues, anybody else that you meet. So let's take that rule and let's try to test it with a person in your life. And I would also say that, again, this person should not be the most activating person, but this should be a person who, there's some stakes in it, there's some skin in the game, but this is not a person in which, if this experiment failed, meaning that like you tried to challenge this assumption and they failed it in some way and actually made your core belief feel more significant to you that you would feel bad about it, but you wouldn't be so bad that you would be in pieces. So is there a person like that who you're like, like I've always taken care of this person's needs first, like as I usually do, and I could probably test something out with them, and if it didn't work out, I'd be kind of sad about it, but like I wouldn't be devastated.
Well, I have a friend in mind.
Okay, great.
Okay.
And so this is somebody that, how long have you known this friend?
10, more than 10 years.
Oh, wow. Okay, so 10 years.
Yeah. But
good.
we're not like everyday friends.
Right.
Yeah.
But you guys have been familiar
Right.
and like most of the times you're probably taking care of this friend.
Right.
How are you? Like, oh, let me give you advice.
Right.
Like, what can I bring you? You're sick. Like
Right.
that kind of relationship. All right. So this experiment is going to be very time limited. It's going to be very specific. So I need you to set like a specific date and time that you're going to do this in the next 7 days.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was going to be real specific because we need to get that data. And it's going to be something that's kind of contained, meaning it should be something where it's not like a free-for-all. Like from now on, I'm just going to be, word vomit and always tell him all about my problems first. But it's more about, okay, in this particular conversation, I'm going to go with him with the problem. And once I talk about the problem and get his advice, I'm going to be like, that was so helpful. Thank you. Goodbye. And not make that about him at all. Because that's the other thing where with your type of core belief and assumption, sometimes you'll be like, and how are you? And then you spend another 45 minutes dealing with them.
Absolutely.
So we're not going to do that. This is literally going to be you going to him to express a need of yours, to express a problem, have this person give you the advice, and then be like, thank you. That was super helpful. Talk to you later. So that's the experiment.
And I have to go do that.
And you have to go do that.
And then what are you expecting me to report back with?
So first we're going to predict how you think that's going to go. So based on your beliefs or maybe your assumptions and rules, like how do you think that might go? Like in terms of maybe how you might feel or what they might feel or do?
Well, I mean, I think it will go fine.
Okay. Do you think that he's going to have some kind of inner judgment of you? Like, Kyle's selfish? He didn't even ask about me today?
I mean, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, let's get specific. I mean, do you think that that's a possibility?
Yes.
Like, okay.
Yes.
And
it's
you
a
obviously don't want
possibility.
that to be anybody's
No.
thoughts about you.
No.
Okay. All right. So you're gonna hold that distress a little bit for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And then you said it's gonna probably go fine, meaning like you think you can carry it through, but it might make you a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, and I'm hoping I don't slip up.
And start being like, and how are you?
And go, oh, well, I'm sorry that you went through something, like.
And then just completely turn around. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Okay, so we've laid out a couple of expectations. One is, well, I'm sure he'll be fine with giving me the advice, but maybe in his mind he'll be like, whoa, Kyle's being selfish today. Like, didn't even ask about how I am. And then also you might just feel kind of like icky, and then you're afraid that you might like break and just start to like take care of him so you feel better about yourself again.
Exactly.
Okay, so those are the expectations. All right, so then you're gonna do this experiment. So when do you think you can do something like this?
Tomorrow.
Give me a day. Okay, tomorrow. And then what problem do you think you're gonna bring him?
I'll bring him I'm so stressed out. I'm so busy,
Okay,
which is true.
great. So you'll
Yeah.
just talk about that and, oh my
Yeah.
gosh, I need help with this.
Yeah,
I
like
need to have some balance.
it's on a level that I've never experienced before.
Okay, great. That's perfect. And then we'll kind of keep it time limited. So how long do you think the conversation will be? Just give me
15 minutes.
Perfect. Okay. And remember, we're not gonna
not
then
gonna
make it another 20 minutes
make it about him, yep.
Okay, awesome. So then we're gonna do this, and we've already talked about the expectations. And after you do it, I want you to do two things. One is I want you to actually ask him at the end of that conversation, was this okay with you that today we just talked about me? I'm just really stressed. You literally ask him that very specific question because you want to get some level of feedback. Of course, he can still lie to you,
Right.
but it at least gives you some semblance of what he might be thinking. And I don't think he's expecting that kind of question from you.
No.
So he'd be like, hey, I gotta run because I'm busy. But just so I know, like, was this okay that I called you just to get your advice today? And we didn't get to talk about how you're doing.
I can do that.
Okay, cool.
I can totally do that.
Awesome. So then he'll give you some feedback about that. You will write that down, and you will write down just your feelings leading up to it. Like, was it that discomforting? And then once you get that feedback from him, how did you feel then? And I will say that what I'm expecting is this guy's been your friend for 10 years, that he's probably gonna be like, dude, it's cool. Like, that's what friends are for, something like that. And then using that experience, we're gonna now go back to your assumptions again and say, did that assumption really hold? I mean, do you always have to take care of people? Or are there at least certain people in your life who you can have a back and forth with? And this is the first step. Then we do another experiment with a different person and a different kind of experiment so that we can loosen these assumptions, make them more conditional, and that will feed back to that core belief, like, is it truly as universal as you think it is? Wow. And that's really going to be the process. So it'll take a few weeks for us to execute it all the way through, but this is the first step. And I think if you can do this first step, it's going to start to shake that assumption enough for the rest of our work.
So you can do it CBT, but there's also something called DBT, which is dialectical behavior therapy. And it's a type of talking therapy based on cognitive behavioral therapy, and it's specifically adapted for people who feel emotions very intensively. So the aim is to help you understand, accept your difficult feelings, learn skills to manage them.
I was trained in dialectical behavior therapy, which is the evidence-based treatment for borderline personality disorder, and that has had significant success in relieving distress in a number of people who in the past were seen as untreatable and unworkable. And since this therapy has come out, it has brought hope and help to people who otherwise would have had to struggle with this on their own. So there are 4 main components of dialectical behavior therapy, or DBT, and these include an understanding of mindfulness, learning skills for emotional regulation, learning skills of distress tolerance, and learning skills around interpersonal effectiveness. And through learning these skills and working with a DBT therapist, people with borderline personality disorder find significant relief and a sense of structure and stability over something that previously felt really uncontrollable. So the first component of DBT that I mentioned is mindfulness, and this is the idea that we need to be really present, non-judgmental, and aware about our present current circumstances. And this is a very, very important skill for people, for anybody really, but specifically people who struggle with kind of an unstable sense of self and a difficulty with staying kind of grounded and focused in the present moment. The second skill that DBT teaches to people who have borderline personality disorder is emotion regulation. And there's a couple different aspects of this, but essentially it's the idea of learning to be comfortable with and accepting of your emotions, and then learning how to manage difficult emotions so that they don't end up controlling you, but that you have the ability to choose how you react in any given situation, despite what you might be feeling in the moment. Distress tolerance is also a very important skill that's taught to people who are in DBT. Distress tolerance is really this idea of when your situation seems unbearable and intolerable, what are some things that you can do, healthy things that you can do to manage your behavior and your emotions so that you don't do something impulsive or risky that ends up having negative consequences for you down the road. The final component of DBT, which is really helpful for really anyone, is interpersonal effectiveness. And this is just the idea that through learning how to communicate in healthy, respectful ways with others, to assert ourselves and to have really good boundaries, we can then have more stable relationships with others and build trust. And this is so, so important for people who struggle with borderline personality disorder, because trust is one of the things that they have the hardest time with. So interpersonal effectiveness really gives them the skills to start to have better relationships with others.
How you can do it is you can do it through a recognized CBT therapist, or you can use the framework yourself, or you can work with your buddy on this. So therapist worksheets are available, and there's also one that you can download in the resource sections, putting the thoughts on trial. And you've got to it's introduce the behavioral change now. That's the key thing. Recognize that it takes time to change habits, because you don't want to get deflated with this. They'll fall at the first hurdle because it's going to take time. So you've got to keep on at it every day, chipping away. Tal Ben-Shahar says, chipping away the excess stone. It's like making a sculpture of your new life and chip away the bits that don't serve you anymore. You can use technology, like there's an app called Habit, to set a new habit, and just start small. Just do one habit. Focus on one thing, one time. Ensure that you have a reward and a consequence if you make the mistake, and you maybe go back to the old habits. So here's just to give you an introduction to the types of automatic thinking that we have on autopilot. So it's all or nothing thinking. So it's either this way, either my way, or the highway. That's all or nothing. It's either this way or the other way. There's no in between. That is all or nothing thinking. An overgeneralization, making things, generalizing them. All people are nasty. That's an overgeneralization. You can't say all people, or you might think, just beware when you're using the word always. So-and-so always says that. Well, always, what is that word? Is it true? Is it always like that? No, because things change all the time. Jump to conclusions, so judgment, assumptions. Oh, so-and-so didn't invite me to the birthday party because of what I said to her the last time I saw her. Yeah, that's why. Well, no, why have you jumped to that conclusion? You don't know. You're just making it up. Magnification, blowing things out of proportion and minimizing them. So taming them down. Oh, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Emotional reasoning, bringing an emotion. Oh, they're angry or they're upset. Should statements. Oh, you should be wearing a mask. You should be wearing this. You should do this. And you should contact the police. You should do. Notice the word should. How often do you use it in your language, internally and externally? Personalization. So yeah, taking things to heart. It's all about me. Maladaptive thinking. So this is the bad way of thinking, not a positive way of thinking. Labeling and mislabeling. So just putting a label on something. And being overly optimistic. This is another one. Oh yeah, everything's great. Yeah, it's all great. Yeah. Is it really great? Optimistic thinking, we get led to believe we should be positive all the time, but then it does push away those feelings of sadness and maybe guilt and not facing them. So we have to be aware, just aware of that you're not going to be happy all the time. That's the reality. So here's some of the questions that you can ask. What is the evidence that this thought is true? Is there an alternative explanation? What's the worst thing that can happen? This is a great one for if you worry a lot. What's the worst thing that can happen? Am I worrying excessively? What would a good friend say about the situation? Have I done what I can to control this situation? Is it skillful to hold on to this thought? So now we're going to look at mindfulness as a tool, as this is an essential part of this coaching program. And the reason that it is the essential tool is because if we're not aware of these things, we can't change them. And if we continue doing the same thing, we get the same results. If we change what we do, we get something different. So just take a moment and think about what are your experiences with mindfulness or meditation. You may have some of those experiences or perceptions of what it is, and just think about what they are. And coming back, and you can write them down or share them with someone. You can email me and share them. So my experiences with mindfulness is that I've studied mindfulness for 10 years, and I'm still practicing every day, currently doing a meditation every weekday at 8 o'clock, and then on loving kindness. And I've found that to be very powerful because it's opened the heart and it's allowed me to connect with myself and others. It's also provided good insights into why I do what I do. And it promotes curiosity. It promotes investigation. So John Kabat-Zinn came up with the 8-week program, which recognized globally by doctors as a remedy to depression, stress. So mindfulness is awareness that arises through paying attention on purpose in the present moment, non-judgmentally. So we're going to look at dark thoughts.
One of the most challenging parts of meditation is what's sometimes called the dark side of the mind. These are the thoughts and fantasies that we'd rather didn't appear in the mind. Whether they're exciting, violent, vengeful, or maybe even sadistic in nature. We might think we shouldn't be experiencing them. But these thoughts are perfectly natural, and there's obviously no need to act on them. But why do they seem to appear more often once we begin to meditate? Well, typically, we go through our day with quite a heavy filter on the mind, blocking out these thoughts that we don't like, either habitually or intentionally. When we block them out habitually, we're unaware that it's even taking place. We're just so caught up in our day-to-day thinking. But by meditating, we're creating more space in the mind. So it's not that there are more of these thoughts, we just see them more clearly. But when we're blocking them out intentionally, we already see the thoughts clearly, but we're resisting them, perhaps fearful of what they say about us as a person. But what meditation shows us is that we're not our thoughts. So there's no need to judge them, to identify with them. We see that they don't make us a mean person, a terrible person, a twisted person. And it's through this process that we discover peace of mind, allowing thoughts to come and go, at ease with the mind, exactly as it is.
Okay, so Headspace you may have all heard of. It's an app for meditation, which you can try, and highly recommend it. So what this video depicts is that sometimes we have this perception that meditation is that we sit there and we're going to just experience bliss. And it's all going to be very pleasant. Well, yes, sometimes it is. But sometimes we see those dark thoughts. Exactly what you're saying, because we filter them out and we don't focus on them. So they may come up in meditation. So it's important to take this practice seriously and practice with a meditation teacher until you are confident to do it on your own and you're able to ask as many questions. hence the reason why it's integrated in this course. The guided love and kindness meditation and the mindfulness training on a Monday. So there are a number of resources out there that you can start looking at. Lots of audio books. There's the Mindful Monday sessions. You've got the guided meditation in the morning, every weekday at 8 o'clock. There's the 8-week mindfulness course. You could go and look at that. I mean, some of those courses, I mean, they start from, I think, £150 up to £250 for the 8 weeks. So in terms of what you're getting access to on this course, it's very good value and it's worth just joining in. You can also go to the source of mindfulness, which is actually from Buddha. He introduced mindfulness, and you could study the actual source of it with him. There's plenty of resources online. So here's a quick framework that we can apply to our mindfulness practice and also to our life. So it's, if you remember RAIN is the acronym. It's one of the easiest ones to remember. So recognize is the R. So be the observer, just recognize what's going on, then acknowledge it and accept it, that it's there, and then investigate, why is it there? Be curious to find out, and then non-identify with it. So this is the process of letting go and detaching from that original thought. Thich Nhat Hanh, Zen Buddhist monk, he says to think in terms of either pessimism or optimism oversimplifies the truth. The problem is to see reality as it is. So here's the invitation to do the work. Monitor your automatic thoughts. Note the triggers down and what type of thinking is taking place. And there's a worksheet you can download to do this. Start to put your thoughts on trial. Is it true what I'm thinking? Where did it come from? What's the evidence for this? And then do a mindful practice. So maybe pick something else this week. So perhaps mindful walking, mindful eating, mindful relationships, and just do that mindful practice. Practice 5 minutes a day, meditation. If you're unable to make the meditations in the morning, just do 5 minutes. So we're coming to the end of this module. Any questions, you can email me, or you can join the Facebook group and start discussions in the members area on the forum. Always open to your feedback as we're constantly evolving this course. So please give us some feedback by email. And here's some of the resources for this week. Here's some of the resources available. So you can look at, there's many books out there on it. The apps, the Thought Diary, Headspace app, and Habit, you can look at. And you can look at what a CBT session actually looks like on this link. And there's been lots of studies done actually on CBT and ADHD. So get present to those. Next week's topic is overcoming powerful emotions. Just leave you with this thought from Buddha, or this statement. I thought, we are what we think. All that we are arises through with our thoughts. With our thoughts, we make the world. Yes, Gabor Mate picks up on this, is that what Buddha didn't say is that our environment can create our thoughts. Change the environment, change the thoughts. It's our world. Welcome to Module 4, Overcoming Powerful Emotions. Let's take time to tune in, get present. Taking a deep breath in and breathing out, relaxing the shoulders. And on the next inhale, just scanning the body from head to toe. And then checking in with the mind and just noting what's there. And just putting any worries or concerns aside. Setting our intention to get present to overcoming powerful emotions. Okay, so just take the time and look at the images below, and we've all kind of experienced those kind of emotions. And I guess the powerful ones like anger, like fear, frustration are some of the strongest ones that can arise in our life. So let's have a quick recap what you did to the last time you watched this, the module 3. What did you take on and what results did you get? And just really start to think about, you know, what things are you actually changing in your life. So what we're going to discuss today is we're going to actually look at what are emotions. We're going to look at the mind-body connection. We're going to understand why we get overwhelmed. And we're going to get present to the consequences. And then there's going to be some tools of how to overcome powerful emotions and let go. We're going to use mindfulness to understand these. So what are emotions? Here's the definition, the dictionary. An emotion is a conscious mental reaction, subjectively experienced as a strong feeling, usually directed toward a specific object and typically accompanied by a physiological and behavioral changes in the body. And here's some examples that we know of emotions. So this red-faced anger emotion, we just want to let it out. We've got sadness, hopelessness. We've got kind of indifferent, joy, love. What's the point? Kind of attitude. And fear is a big one. So let's kind of look at our emotions in a different way. Here's a different slant on it, provided to us by Rumi from the Guest House poem. And he says a joy, a depression, a meanness, some momentary awareness comes as an unexpected visitor. Welcome and entertain them all. So be grateful for whatever comes, because each has been sent as a guide from beyond. So this depicts emotions as kind of messengers. You know, they come with a message. So there's something behind them that they're trying to communicate to you. So let's just take a moment and think, what powerful emotions are you currently experiencing and how do they affect your life? So one emotion that comes to mind for me that's ruled life for many years has been fear. And it's been so powerful that it has limited me actually starting with things. It's the fear of failure. It's the fear of the unknown. And it is just debilitating. Some fear is a kind of a good fear because it lets you know that maybe we shouldn't walk down that dark alley. But then other fears, especially inauthentic fears, ones that haven't even happened yet, can just really just stop you in your tracks. And what it does, as we found out last week to the brain, it just shuts down the prefrontal cortex. So this, we can't plan, we can't think about, so we actually just become stuck and can't do what we want to do. And that's how it affects our life. It's how it's affected my life. But once you're aware of it, then you can start to work with it. And the reason that it is so important that we do work with these powerful emotions is because the body keeps the score. That's one of the recommended books for this course, is to read and understand that the body keeps the score, because within these emotions, if they're not expressed, like anger, it can be suppressed in the body and come out as illness. And there is plenty of evidence for this, but we don't want to believe what we know. But it's for you to explore and be curious about it, because there is a mind-body connection. Let's explore it in a bit more detail. So we got the mind, and let's say the mind starts manifesting in impulsive thoughts, and a negative mindset starts ruminating in all these what-if scenarios. And then what happens is we actually feel those emotions, even if they're not happening right now. We feel it. So there's this monitor here, this gauge on the emotions. So if we're really negative, we're in the red zone and it's the danger zone. If it's joy, we're in the green zone. And then those emotions actually affect our behavior of what we do and what we believe. And it also affects the body. So it manifests itself in aches, illnesses, and pains. So next time that you have a backache or you have a pain in the back, start to think, actually, what have I been thinking about? What's going on in my life right now? Is there a connection? And one of the doctors is Dr. Sano, that you can look into this. He's done lots of work on this and actually cured tens of thousands of people of backache pain because of this phenomena. So I invite you to look into that. So let's bring it a bit closer to ADHD, and let's understand why we get this feeling of being overwhelmed. So if we look at some of the symptoms of ADHD, it's this lack of self-regulation. And the lack of self-regulation is to do with how you control and manage yourself and your emotions. It's your inner resources and abilities. So when these impulses come in and the impulsive thinking, so we think of something, we immediately feel it in a very intense way, and then we want to act on it. And we don't want to let it go because we have to act on it. And one of the things that I can share with you from my life has been that when someone asks me to do something, I have had this belief that I must do it now, because if I don't do it now, it won't get done. And by having that belief and holding that belief, it means that I'm pushed around from pillar to post and just doing all these demands, and then the other things that need to get done don't get done. And that leads to frustration and anger, because you come to the end of the day and you haven't done what you haven't done, and you self-blame. And you're not very kind to yourself. It's the inner resources is one tool that is also essential, is self-compassion. And it's about giving ourselves that self-compassion and understanding to be able to let go of those beliefs, because having the fear of not remembering something, why not just to put in place a little note or use an app and say, okay, I'll put it in that I'll do that, but I won't do it now. And you defer it because it may not be an important thing to do right now. It's all going back to your intentions and checking that whatever that impulse is does it align with the intention that I've set myself? If it's a no, then it goes on a to-do list. If it's a yes and it's important, it's a priority, then of course do it now. So, with this lack of self-regulation, the end result is that emotions feel much more intense. And we're also very sensitive to other people's emotions. So you may have heard of this empath. If the highly sensitive people, then that is something that we are prone to. And we've got to get present to the fact that we cannot control other people's feelings. They can only control their own responses, just like you can only control your response. And that's where we work on the mindfulness to be able to increase that buffer in between the stimulus and the response. So let's also get present to the fact that working memory is an issue. And it's an issue because the brain gets flooded with that emotion. So if we use fear, for example, as soon as the fear comes in, the prefrontal cortex shuts down. So we're not going to be able to remember. We're not going to be fully functioning to be able to log things in the memory. So we need tools. So we'll need to write things down. We'll need to have apps to make us remember these things. And it's okay. Again, bring that self-compassion into it. And get present to when you understand why you do what you do, then you can change what you do. But until you get present to the understanding why you do what you do, you can't let it go. So get present by looking at the disadvantages of holding on to that emotion. So the longer we hold on to fear and the longer we hold on to anger, the longer we are not able to get back to that rational thinking to be able to view all the options available. So it limits us. And when you get present to the disadvantages of anger let's say for an example, you can start to see it, and it's like a boiling pot of water. It's bubbling, blah, 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 bubbling up. And what that does is it affects the body. And if you spend 70%, let's say, or even less than that, of your time in that state of bubbling, 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 then that long term is going to affect your health. That's the disadvantages of it. So if we were mindful and conscious of this, it's not something that we would choose. If you could have anger or you could have a nice peaceful response, you're going to choose peace because there's benefits for you and the other person. If someone's angry at you and you react with anger, you can't put the fire out with fire. You only fuel the fire, so it gets bigger and bigger. So mindfulness is the water. Mindfulness is the fire extinguisher. Put it out first. Cool yourself down and then get back into thinking rationally. You will not be able to think clearly when anger is present. So as you can see from this picture, it's the guy's got steam coming from his ears. So that's the boiling that's going on inside. Okay, it's like a kettle boiling inside. The steam's coming from the ears. He's squinting his eyes. He's screwing up his eyes, and that's tension on the frontal cortex. Looks like he's in real pain, doesn't it? Which he is. You know, physically, he's putting the body under some tension, some stress. So over time, what it does is by holding on to these emotions, the anger and the fear, they will lower the immune system. It will increase stress. You'll have less energy. It will impact all your relationships. It distracts you from what you really want. And it has a negative effect on your well-being and health, and overall will increase the suffering. So take a moment to ponder on the consequences of your powerful emotions and just think, what can you let go of? Okay. So hopefully you've got present to the consequences of your powerful emotions. So that's the first step, is actually just recognizing what they are. Then you can bring the forgiveness in. So as Steve says in this quote, the truth is, unless you let go, unless you forgive yourself, unless you forgive the situation, unless you realize that the situation is over, you cannot move forward. So let's look in more detail to overcome powerful emotions and this process of letting go. So as we already said, that when we're in this intense and overwhelming situation, we really need to just calm the water, calm the intensity down. That's the first step. And there's a template in the members area with a practice for this, which is called Stop. And that is really essential to memorize and just have that in front of you and apply it to your life. So it's about just stop what you're doing. Focus on the breath and just take that breath in. We can just take 3 deep breaths now. And then you can ask yourself, have you done everything you could do in that situation? Ask yourself if you can control the outcome of the situation any further. Start writing about it. Start writing about the issue, what's going on, journaling it, and then screwing it up and letting it go. Shift the focus from the feelings to your values. Start to reframe the story in your mind. When you shift the focus, you can shift the focus from the anger to the suffering of the situation, both your own and that of the other person. So once you get present to the fact that all aggression arises from pain, you'll be able to bring some forgiveness and just free yourself. Got to get present to the disadvantages of anger, because when you hold on, and Thich Nhat Hanh refers to this as holding like a hot piece of coal. So when you're holding a hot piece of coal, this is anger, you're actually burning yourself. It's burning you. So you let it go, then it stops burning you. You've got to understand that with anger, you are the one that is suffering the most. The other person may have had an explosion and has forgotten about it. And if you're holding on to it, you're carrying it with you, and you're experiencing the suffering over and over and over again. This is where you can apply the love and kindness meditation. So here's 6 steps that you can remember. First step is welcome them. Welcome them, like Rumi says, every emotion. Yeah, treat them the same. Welcome, come into my guest house. Come in, come in, come in. Because if we're turning them away and we're saying, no, 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 I don't want you today. No, go, 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 go. I don't want to face you. No, no, no. They still want to come in, and they're still there by the door, and they're in the subconscious. They're still there. Okay, so we welcome them in. We welcome them in. Step 1. Step 2, label it. What is it? What is this emotion? Okay, there is anger. There is fear. Okay, so rather than saying, I am angry, you can say, there is anger present. Because this disconnects you with it, the emotion. So there is anger present. Then you get to number 3. Thumbs up. You accept it. There's anger present. Then you get to step 4, time. How long has it been present? Step 5, start to investigate it. Get the magnifying glass out. Be your own detective. Why? What is the trigger? What was the trigger with that? You know, what set it off? And again, in the members area, there's a template on triggers. So you'll be able to jot them down, what the triggers are. And then you can also say, well, what role am I playing in it? Is it of benefit to continue holding on to this emotion? Or is it better to let it go? Can I provide some forgiveness? What's going on with the other person? Are they in pain? Then you can let go. You can move to number 6 and non-identify with it. So let's look at this quote from Stephen, who's got a PhD in anger. I thought I had a PhD in anger, but I didn't get the qualification, but it definitely felt like it. So he's actually looked at anger in the age of entitlement. So he's looked at the where we live in the world. You know, it's like we're entitled to be angry. And he's done some studies on millennials and younger generation, and looked at where this anger is bubbling up in this age of entitlement. It's like I deserve to be angry. I'm entitled to this. So he says self-regulation is more attainable when focused on values rather than feelings. So the latter should be evaluated as signals about reality, a means to self-regulation rather than an end in themselves. So you can start to bring forth what your values are, and then rather than how you feel about things, to really be grounded in the root of your anger. If one of your values is integrity, and it's important that you say what you think, well then that is going to it might upset people, because some people might not want to hear what you think. But if you're rooted in your value that you feel that it's compassionate to be able to share it, and if you've shared it at the right time, you know, just check back. Has it been the right timing? Is it true what you're saying? And is it of benefit? So using mindfulness to overcome emotions, as we said before, is mindfulness is that buffer. It's the buffer in between the stimulus, the trigger, and the response. So the more you practice mindfulness, the bigger that buffer is going to be. That's it. Simple as that.
One of the most challenging parts of meditation is what's sometimes called the dark side of the mind. These are the thoughts and fantasies that we'd rather didn't appear in the mind. Whether they're exciting, violent, vengeful, or maybe even sadistic in nature. We might think we shouldn't be experiencing them. But these thoughts are perfectly natural, and there's obviously no need to act on them. But why do they seem to appear more often once we begin to meditate? Well, typically, we go through our day with quite a heavy filter on the mind, blocking out these thoughts that we don't like, either habitually or intentionally. When we block them out habitually, we're unaware that it's even taking place. We're just so caught up in our day-to-day thinking. But by meditating, we're creating more space in the mind. So it's not that there are more of these thoughts, we just see them more clearly. But when we're blocking them out intentionally, we already see the thoughts clearly, but we're resisting them, perhaps fearful of what they say about us as a person. But what meditation shows us is that we're not our thoughts. So there's no need to judge them, to identify with them. We see that they don't make us a mean person, a terrible person, a twisted person. And it's through this process that we discover peace of mind, allowing thoughts to come and go, at ease with the mind, exactly as it is.
So what mindfulness practice you can do is you can get to the root cause with insight meditation. You can do love and kindness meditation. You can do laughter yoga. You can do mindful walking, mindful running, breathing, eating. So all these practices are things that are designed to integrate with your life. So it's not just about sitting on a meditation cushion and meditating. There's a lot more that you can do. So just take a moment and just see what you can do to increase your positive emotions and develop your mindfulness practice this week. Perhaps you can take on something new. Mindful walking, mindful money, mindful relationships, mindful driving. Okay, so with positive emotions, it might be reading affirmations, getting yourself a pack of cards and just reading those every morning, changing your beliefs. So positive emotions can be thought of nutrients in the same way that we need to eat as a variety of fruits and vegetables to be healthy. We need a variety of positive emotions in our daily experiences to help us become more resourceful versions of ourselves. So Louise Hay is very good with these affirmations, and you can buy some of the cards and just read them every day. You can get a thought for the day. There's a website called Daily Om that you can subscribe to. They give you a newsletter every day. There's good news websites that you can sign up to just to start thinking in a different way. So here's the invitation this week is to take on a mindful practice this week. And also to use the thought diary as an emotional journal to increase your awareness of the emotions that you're feeling. If you have any question on the content of this presentation, please get in touch. Just get in touch via the website or the members area. And it comes down to this question by Deepak on letting go. Ask yourself, do you want to become a prisoner of the past or the pioneer of the future? Always welcome your feedback, so please email us. And there's some videos, useful videos that you can look at. The Unstoppable Power of Letting Go, and some of the articles as well that you can find in the members area. You can also look at some of the research that's been done on how emotions affect the immune system and studies on positive thinking as well. Useful apps to explore is Dare, Calm, and Moody. Next week, we'll be looking at the ADHD effect in relationships. Welcome to Module 5 on about the ADHD effect on relationships. Before we start, let's get present. Take a deep breath in and breathe out. Scan the body from head to toe. And then just check in with the mind. And just put any worries or concerns aside while we set the intention to get present to the ADHD effect on relationships. And slowly opening the eyes, coming back. So today's module is about ADHD effect on relationships. You may have heard of it already, but it really is the elephant in the room. So let's look at why. Before we go into it, just think about what you've achieved so far. You know, what did you take on last week? And what results did you get? And did you celebrate them? So what is the ADHD effect? That's what we're going to be exploring. We're going to look at the predictable patterns in relationships, and then I'm going to introduce you to the 6 steps to rebuild relationships presented by Melissa Olav. And introducing mindfulness in relationships. How can we apply mindfulness to our relationships and self-compassion? So first of all, let's get present to what the ADHD effect is on relationships. So this quote is basically highlighting the obvious that ADHD can dramatically affect a relationship. Research has shown that a person with ADHD is almost twice as likely to get divorced, and relationships with 1 or 2 people with the disorder often become dysfunctional, and they just don't work. And we're often left wondering why and bewildered as to why they didn't work. So we're going to explore that a bit further. Let's introduce the 2 characters that really describe the ADHD effect. So we have the turtle and we have the tiger. So just have a look at those animals in terms of, you know, kind of how you relate to them, whether you feel, you know, if you're the turtle or the tiger. Just get present to that. So in this context, the turtle relates to the non-ADHD partner. So this is how the partner feels. They feel overwhelmed with responsibility. They feel they're carrying the weight of everything. There's frustration, there's anger. They feel neglected. They feel ignored. And there's lack of trust and they feel lack of empathy. Now the tiger relates to the ADHD partner. And the key characteristics are, again, frustration, anger, shame, confusion, fear of failure, and just bewilderment on how arguments start. They feel unloved, not listened to, and they just snap out. There's low self-esteem, and they're disconnected from their body. So just to get present to how the turtle feels and how the tiger feels, we're going to listen to some recounts from a non-ADHD partner and the ADHD partner.
If you are married to a person who has or might have ADHD, you might feel ignored and lonely in your relationship. Your spouse never seems to follow up on what he agrees to do, so much so that you may feel as if you really have another child in your home instead of an adult. You feel you're forced to remind him all the time to do things. You nag, and you've started to dislike the person you've become. The two of you either fight often or have virtually nothing to say to each other that either of you finds meaningful. You are frustrated that your spouse seems to be able to focus intently on things that interest him, but never on you. Perhaps worst of all, you feel intense stress from not knowing whether you can rely on him and feeling saddled with almost all of the responsibilities of the household, while your spouse gets to have all the fun. ADHD, or think you do, you may feel as if the person you married is buried deep within a nagging monster that lives in your home. The person you had cherished has been transformed into a control freak, trying to manage every single detail of your life together. No matter how hard you try, you can never do well enough for your spouse, even if you are successful elsewhere, such as in your work. The easiest way to deal with her is simply to leave her alone. You're willing to admit that you make mistakes sometimes, but so does she, and certainly, no one is perfect.
So Melissa Orlov is the expert in this field with ADHD and relationships. And she says one of the things that is really important to communicate is that there are specific patterns that reliably show up in relationships impacted with ADHD. And this is the ADHD effect. We're just going to look at that. But before we do, maybe think about how ADHD has affected your relationships. What are the common feelings that you experience? Do you feel like the turtle? Do you feel like the tiger? Does the partner or the other person experience those feelings? So, as relationships are our life, as our life is the people in our life, then it's really important to get present to this ADHD effect. So we can understand predictable patterns in relationships. Let's look at that. The key patterns come down to three things. One, misinterpretation. So it's just not understanding on both sides the symptoms of ADHD. Understanding that not paying attention isn't I don't love you. Not completing tasks isn't I don't care about you. So number two, the symptom response cycles. So let's look at distraction. So sometimes if we are distracted when we're talking to our partner or anyone, any relationship, they're going to get the feeling that you're not really present and you're not really there. If you're playing with your phone, you're not really there, you're not listening to them. And that can make someone feel ignored. It can make someone feel unloved, unheard. So we've got to get present to the response cycles from the symptoms of ADHD. And the way we can treat that is through mindfulness and being more mindful. The third pattern is the parent-child dynamics. So let's get present to this. So let's say the more organized partner takes on too much and does over-functioning, and the ADHD partner takes on too little and underfunctions, says to themselves that they can't do, they go into a child mode, and they don't take responsibility for what needs doing as part of the partnership or within the relationship. The result is chronic anger, frustration, and pain, especially if we had some childhood trauma, because we're reliving it, we're bringing it back into that relationship. So let's look at the consequences, because when we look at the consequences to this ADHD effect, we become aware of it and it gives us motivation to do something about it. It doesn't have to be this way. So we have lack of intimacy. If we get distracted, and we're not present when we're having a loving moment, the intimacy goes. Toxic relationships evolve. Lots of anger, lots of arguments. Lack of integrity and trust. And no relationship works without integrity. The other person cannot rely on you because you say you do and you don't. And when you do that over and over again, it takes time to rebuild trust. I'll give you an example. There was a Buddhist lady who used to be a politician in America, and she got to the point where she had enough of it. She said politics is just all about lying. And it took 2 years for the people around her to start trusting her again. The other consequence is the patterns keep repeating. So even though you don't want this thing to keep coming up again, it does, because you're generating it, you're creating it, unless you take responsibility. There's financial implications. You may not be fulfilling your potential, and therefore there's an unequal financial arrangement in the relationship, and this can create codependency. Health and well-being suffers. Our self-esteem goes down. Depression, anxiety. So let's take a moment and ponder on these patterns and consequences and start to investigate whether these are present in your current relationships. And if you are willing to share, then please get in touch by email or go onto the forum and share about your discoveries. So we're now going to hear from Melissa Orlav, who is the ADHD relationship expert, and I've been in communication with to communicate this presentation to you with her permission.
Discovering that one or both of you has ADHD is just the beginning. Medication is the most efficient way to jumpstart treatment, but it does not effectively treat ADHD in marriages without the addition of behavioral changes. These changes must be voluntary. No matter how much a non-ADHD spouse may want to, she can't make her spouse do certain things, like be more organized or more attentive. Furthermore, these changes must come from both partners. Changes only in the ADHD spouse don't resolve the marriage's issues. We learned both ideas the hard way, mostly at my husband's expense, as I kept trying to force him to do things differently. The harder I pushed, the more he resisted, and the worse our relationship became. Sound familiar? I am asking you to come on a journey of change, not offering a quick fix. If I did offer that, would you believe that I can deliver it? The rewards of the journey are worth it. My husband and I have moved from completely dysfunctional to almost ridiculously happy. We are thriving as individuals and feel that our relationship is stronger now than it has ever been.
Okay, so you can hear from Melissa sharing experiences from her own life of how her relationship was completely dysfunctional and got it back on track. And the only way to get it back on track is if both partners are willing to change. That's the key point. So let's introduce the 6 steps now to rebuild relationships. So what are the 6 steps? Was cultivating empathy for your spouse, is the first thing. Addressing obstacle emotions. Getting treatment for both of you. Improving communication. Setting boundaries and finding your own voice. Reigniting romance and having some fun. Step 1. Cultivate empathy. What is empathy? About putting yourself in the other person's shoes. Understand what it's like for your partner. What is it like to live with someone that shows the symptoms of ADHD? Accept and take responsibility. Stop playing the blame game. The blame game does not work. Learn to forgive and let go. Do the loving kindness meditation to develop compassion for yourself and your partner or anyone you're in a relationship with. So understanding the reasons for our loved ones' behaviors, the abilities and the challenges faced by a person diagnosed with ADHD. Instead of taking those behaviors personally, it's the only way we can cultivate meaningful relationships. It's not personal. Take the self out of it. There's a very good book actually around that, is called You, Yourself and the ADHD. So treating the ADHD as a third party in the relationship. Step 2, address obstacle emotions. So start to notice what these obstacle emotions are. Is it anger? Is it frustration? Is it boredom? What is it that's getting in the way of a harmonious relationship? Then you can ask yourself, what role are you playing? Are you holding on to a belief or a view? Work out the patterns and break free. So get present to the disadvantages and costs of the relationship. Then overcome the powerful emotions with antidotes. Develop the mindfulness and make better choices. Step 3, get treatment for both. Living with an ADHD partner can cause depression. Join support groups for non-ADHD and ADHD partners. So you've got support on both sides. Consult doctors on medication if you feel that is the way that would be beneficial to you, or tackle it in a natural way with mindfulness, counseling. But leaving both untreated will lead to consequences. Step 4, improve communication. Yeah, each has to understand what the needs are on both sides. So set a time maybe to voice concerns or feelings. Use the NVC approach, identifying your feelings and your needs behind them, and then making reasonable requests. Be considerate to each other. Be clear about what you want from the other person. Be assertive. Increase the communication points during the day, because that builds trust through integrity. Create win-win situations. So Dr. Marshall Rosenberg is the founder of Nonviolent Communication. And he says this: understanding the reasons for our loved ones' behaviors, the abilities and the challenges faced by a person diagnosed with ADHD, instead of taking those behaviors personally, is the only way we can cultivate the relationships. He also said that every communication, there is a need behind each communication. So you can start to identify when automatic thinking takes place. You can start looking at that. All or nothing thinking. Am I jumping to conclusions? Am I using should statements? Step 5, set boundaries and find your own inner voice. So allow the time for yourself to create space for you and your partner. If you don't create space for you, then it just builds up resentment, and then it comes out in another way. Could be a passive aggressive way. Spend time with people where you can voice your own opinion and feel listened to. Think about what you do most of your day. Are you doing what you love? Be direct and don't apologize for your needs. You have a right to feel. If you don't feel, you're not alive. Expect resistance, but don't let it deter you, because when you start to set boundaries, when there hasn't been boundaries before, some people don't like it because they see a change in you. Don't let this deter you. Create the boundary, state the boundary, and maintain the boundary. Boundaries are there for your own well-being and not to control others. Another fantastic relationship expert, Esther Perel. Lots of videos on YouTube and TED. Love is a vessel that contains both security and adventure, and commitment offers one of the great luxuries of life, time. Marriage is not the end of romance, it is the beginning. Step 6, reignite romance and have some fun. Insist on a date night where you do something together, just you and your partner. Or if it's in a relationship, to spend quality time with that person. Spend one day together and give each other undivided attention. Yes, undivided attention. No phones, no reading something else, no distracting yourself with other things. Be with the person. Get a phone jail where you can put the phones in the jail, lock it up, just put the key aside. Do fun things together. Watch a comedy together. Do laughter yoga. Find out each other's love languages and devote time to fulfilling each other. Pamper each other and increase playfulness in the bedroom. So throughout these steps, what we can do is introduce mindfulness into our relationships. So how do we do that? Well, we understand so how do we do that? Mindfulness is awareness that arises through paying attention on purpose in the present moment, non-judgmentally. Let's apply it to our relationships. So it can help us by being present, more attentive. It lowers the negative emotional reactivity, so we're able to self-regulate those emotions. It enhances self-awareness and makes us more empathetic. So take a moment now and just think, how can you apply mindfulness in your current relationships? And finally, remember self-compassion. So you can search through the whole universe for someone who is more deserving of your love than you are for yourself. And that person is nowhere to be found. You, yourself, as much as anybody in the entire universe, deserves your love and affection. Even though it says anonymous, I think it's actually the Buddha that came up with that. So, how do we remember self-compassion? Well, number one, self-kindness. So be gentle to yourself, and remove that judgment. This monkey on your shoulder constantly should do this, should do that. Get to present to understanding yourself. Do the inner work. Number two, common humanity. Start feeling connected with others rather than feeling isolated. You are not alone. It's only a story that you tell yourself. And you alienate yourself away from others. It's an illusion because we are all connected. When you suffer, your partner suffers. 3, mindfulness. Hold our experience in balanced awareness rather than ignoring pain and exaggerating it. So this is kind of where we tend to be over optimistic and everything's great. Yeah. Well, no, sometimes life isn't going to be great. Sometimes you're going to feel sad. And it's about recognizing it and treating all emotions the same and let them flow through you. So take a moment to wander and ponder on self-compassion. How can you be more self-compassionate? What is it could you do? Could you be kinder to yourself? Perhaps pamper yourself, go and treat yourself to something, have a bath, massage, whatever it is. Maybe it's time to give that to yourself. Right here, right now. Because when we look at relationships, it's not just a relationship with others, it's also the relationship with ourselves. And if we're unkind to ourselves, we tend to treat others the way that we treat ourselves. So maybe it's the relationship with yourself you can rebuild with those 6 steps. And then start with the other relationships around you. So here's the invitation to do the work. Start to be curious about all the relationships around you, including the one with yourself, and just get present to the patterns that keep going over and over and over again. Start to apply the 6 steps and do a mindfulness practice. Perhaps join the Mindful Relationship course and get present to how to set boundaries. Get present to how to really incorporate non-violent communication into your life. If you have any questions, please get in touch. Happy to share any information to make the world better. Thank you for taking charge and celebrating ADHD. Welcome to leave some feedback or just get in touch through the website. Some of the resources that you can look at. So Esther Perel's 6 Secrets to Spicing Up Your Sex Life. Great talk. You, Me and ADHD, Gina Pereira on relationships. The ADHD Effect in Marriages, Melissa Orlav's book. It's essential. Please read it. And The Power of Self-Compassion, Christine Neff. Some of the other apps you can look at is Calm, Furley, Love Nudge. Paired is another one, a new one on relationships. So the next topic we'll be talking about is cognitive reconstructing. But just get present to we are what we think. All that we are arises with our thoughts. With our thoughts, we make the world. So is it time to rewrite the story that we tell ourselves about relationships? Welcome to Module 6 of Connecting with the Inner Child. So before we start, let's just take a few moments just to tune in. Take a deep breath in and breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. And then on the next inhale, just scan the body from the head all the way down to the toes. And just check in with the mind and note what's there. Just put any worries or concerns aside while we set our intention to get present to the inner child. So this module is about connecting with the inner child. So if there is anything that you had a major breakthrough with last week from the last session, please get in touch and let us know what that is. So we're going to look at what is the inner child. We're going to look at exploring the possibility of childhood trauma linked to an ADHD. We're going to look at revisiting the past and healing childhood trauma and how to talk and listen to your inner child. We're going to revisit the past and look at healing childhood trauma. And we're going to think about how to talk and listen to your inner child, restore integrity with your inner child, and then develop and maintain a mindful relationship for the future. So caring for your inner child has a powerful and surprising quick result. Do it and the child heals. So firstly, let's understand what it actually is. What is your inner child? So a person's supposed original or true self, especially when regarded as concealed in adulthood. That's what the Oxford Dictionary says. I guess it's a bit like when we're children, we really say exactly what we feel. We're very congruent with our thoughts and our feelings about certain things. So we just say it how it is. But as we grow up, we tend to cover up things and we mask the inner child. We basically put our hands over our mouth saying we can't say this, it's not politically correct to say that. And we develop these coping strategies and which effectively denies the inner child of its existence. So inside every adult, there's a child saying, let me out, let me speak. I want to be heard. No one understands me. These kind of things or it's not fair. It's these things are being said on a subconscious level. When you discover the inner child, you become a whole. So you become congruent and you have a higher level of integrity with yourself. It's not a new concept because ancient roots are in fairy tales and religion. So you look at Moses being abandoned. Look at the Greek mythology, Zeus in danger from his father abusing him. And then the fairy tales, there's always a good and a baddie. So Little Red Riding Hood, and then you have the wolf. We all start out as vulnerable, dependent infants, so we can all resonate with this. So who has not experienced a neglect or a mistreatment during childhood? There's not many people that haven't. We've all experienced something, whether it's a small thing or a huge violation of boundaries. So how the inner child gets wounded, it's really when our needs are not met. That's when it happens. So the absence of love, trust, respect, or the ability to express yourself, express feelings like anger, shame, despair, that is when the wounds happen. And the sign that the inner child is trying to speak is that every reoccurring emotional problem as an adult can be linked back to some kind of wound in childhood. And when we deny the inner child, we're actually at a high risk of abusing ourselves and also creating problems in our relationships. And the clear facts are is none of us can be whole unless we heal the inner child. Some people think ignoring their inner child makes them seem grown up. When I see someone ignoring a crying child, I think they're an asshole. But we don't tend to look at that with ourselves. So what are the consequences of ignoring this inner child and not addressing? Well, history repeats itself. Family violence, for example, it often gets repeated by the children who become the parents. So the bully becomes the one that's been bullied, becomes the bully. Addiction brings addiction. The patterns are the same, and the consequences are poor health and well-being. But ultimately, you're not fulfilling the potential of your human life. And the mask never comes off. So this imposter syndrome exists and toxic patterns continue in relationships over and over again. So take a moment just to ponder on your inner child and consider whether your needs for love, security, safety were met. Perhaps try to identify what your inner child is saying. What would they want to cry out for if given the chance? So this is another question that comes to mind. Is childhood trauma connected to ADHD? Well, similarities there are the same, but let's look at the facts. Because childhood trauma can occur, when a child witnesses or experiences overwhelming negative experiences in childhood. So there can be many experiences that happen in childhood that can be overwhelming. Could be abuse, could be neglect, it could be of violence. It could be a death in the family. Children who experience trauma earlier on in life are much more likely to be diagnosed with ADHD. And sometimes going through a traumatic event can cause real attention problems because we don't want to face what is. If there's a death in the family, we don't want to accept it. So we create a diversion and a distraction from facing those unpleasant feelings. So there has been some research conducted in this area, and the summary is really that there's no direct links, although onset ADHD can be related to childhood trauma. So onset adult ADHD, something that you haven't developed it as a child, it wasn't picked up when you were younger, but then you've developed it as an adult, and that could be related to childhood trauma. Now, leaders in the field of trauma and ADHD is Gabor Mate, who's been diagnosed with ADHD himself and shares his own personal experiences of growing up in Hungary under German Nazi occupation and how that's affected his life. So take a moment now and just ponder on whether there was a childhood trauma that affected you and whether you're holding on to that story and perhaps haven't dealt with the feelings that were associated with that trauma. Miguel Angel Roots, it's a good quote about the inner child. The real you is still a little child who never grew up. Sometimes that little child comes out when you are expressing yourself in some way. These are the happiest moments of your life, when the real you comes out, when you don't care about the past and you don't worry about the future. You are childlike. So let's look at revisiting the past and healing childhood trauma. So this can be done in a number of ways. And it's important that it's done in a way where you have support around you. So cognitive behavioral therapy, looking at those core beliefs and cognitive restructuring. DBT or EMDR, through looking at regression and going back into the past with certain feelings. But prepare yourself for this, because it's going to bring back some unpleasant feelings. But through the mindfulness training, you can start to get present to that feelings come and go, and that feeling is a feeling, it's impermanent. And you can start to detach from those. So healing the wounds of the past takes courage. So ensure that you have a support network around you, like this one, or discuss it with your therapist if you are seeing one regularly. Take your time with it and accept that the child might not want to talk because they might have lost trust in you. You've been ignoring them for so many years. So regression is a technique where it puts yourself into the past situation when the trauma took place, and you get present to those painful feelings. I think really this is a key point, is remember that only you can revisit the inner child. Only you can do this work. So Lucia Capcioni has got a PhD in the inner child, and she's written a fantastic book, and recommend you to read that book. And she says reparenting your inner child is your responsibility. Yeah, no one can do it for you. And she also backs up that it's useful to do with a support group around you. So take a moment just to ponder on whether there was a childhood trauma and how it affected you and what you are holding on to now. How to talk and listen to your inner child. So when we enter the child state, if you're looking at an ego state in transactional analysis, is how we behave like a child. It's our voice, our actions, our speech, our language. That's the first thing, is to connect with the inner child. You have to put yourself as a child. So it's worth being around children, or if you have children of your own, it's just observing how they interact with each other in order to get into that mode of thinking. Then you start off gently with the inner child, perhaps by writing a letter of apology. You speak to your inner child in the right language so they can understand. So there's no point using long words that they don't really understand. Just keep it very simple. Remember, the inner child is vulnerable. So it's about being a nurturing parent as opposed to a critical parent, because they can be extremely sensitive and they might be angry with you because you've been ignoring them for so long. So just accept that anger and allow the emotion to flow through. Listen compassionately to your inner child. So practice active listening. Explore your inner parent. So to get present to your inner parent, think about who's taught you to be a parent. Perhaps the parents that brought you up, or the caregivers that brought you up. Opening your heart to the needs of your own inner child is the true beginning of reparenting. Finding the parent within is the first step to healing. So take a moment to ponder on your inner child and share, if you want to, what kind of relationship you currently have. It could be that you don't have a relationship at the moment. It could be that you have tried, but they're not listening to you. Or you have a good relationship. You go out and play with them. So let us liberate ourselves from any form of control. Let us focus on the inner drum, where the rhythm aligns with that of our heart. The measure of responsibility equals to the need for evolution. Just listen, the inner child. Let it whisper in your ear. So take a moment to ponder on your parenting skills and evaluate whether they were beneficial to your upbringing. And write down the positives and the negatives, and just then you can evaluate what ones to let go of. through doing that work, you'll be able to become a better parent to your inner child. But let's take the scenario that your inner child doesn't want to talk to you, and they're very upset and they're angry. You've ignored me for so long. Why should I talk to you now? I don't trust you anymore. I don't believe you that you're here for me. So how do we restore integrity? Well, it's pretty much like we restore integrity with anyone else. So it's acknowledging and admitting the fact that whether you've been there for your inner child or not, and then that you're committed to changing things. So once you accept it and admit it, then you can get present to the impact on your relationship with the inner child as a result. You know, what's been the impact on your inner child and what's been the impact on you. Then state what you'll do differently going forward with your relationship. This process, the whole of this process may take time, depending on how much you've denied your inner child. But keep knocking on the door, because it's worth doing this work to be free. So start to see the world through the eyes of your inner child, the eyes that sparkle in awe and amazement as they see love, magic, and mystery in the most ordinary things. And you can do guided meditations on this as well. So in order to restore integrity, just take a moment to jot down some of the key points to write that letter to your inner child. So the first thing is to admit and acknowledge whether you've been there or not, and then state the impact on the inner child and on you, on your life to date, and then stating what you're going to do differently and how you're going to commit and nurture the inner child going forward. So once you've done that, the next step is about developing and maintaining a mindful relationship with your inner child. And I guess this may be most of the reason why the inner child may be upset with you, is because you've ignored your own inner child and you've taken on caring for other people's inner childs. And this could be a core bone of contention. So, and we tend to do that. The reason we tend to do that is because we want to get diverted from our own unpleasant feelings. So we'll look at other people's issues as opposed to our own. So Lucia noticed this, and it's very common. You know, we all want to be the martyr and savior for other people, but not for ourselves. The unfortunate situation is that this leads to codependency and unhealthy relationships. So be aware of the drama triangle, where we switch from one role to the other, and it's just a circle of drama going round. So you've got the persecutor. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Blame, 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 blame. It's all your fault. Then you've got the rescuer. You need me. You need me. And then you've got the victim. Nothing is my fault. No, nothing is my fault. I don't accept responsibility for anything. So in order to develop and maintain the relationship, you could actually commit to a saying and say, everything that happens to me is my responsibility. You know, if all that we are with our thoughts, actions, then we need to get present to the fact that every action has a reaction. So start identifying and meeting the needs of your inner child. Connect through playfulness and laughter. Nurture the inner child with the top love language. If you haven't done that, just look at 5lovelanguages.com and do a test. Find out what the top one is. Know when to give independence and support to the inner child. This is what a good parenting, I guess, is about, is that, you know, you allow the child to learn, but you can also support them. Express love to the inner child. Be mindful of the critical inner parent. Accept the inner child with all its strengths and weaknesses unconditionally. And apply self-compassion. Reward the inner child. And celebrate the inner child within you when it comes out. So this is the winning triangle. So try and move away from the drama triangle to the winning triangle. And the winning triangle has these three elements in there. Assertiveness, so expressing yourself in a non-aggressive way. Caring, applying self-compassion and nurturing. Vulnerability, being open and sharing with others. So take a moment to ponder to see what you can do this week to nurture your own inner child this week. And then share the results. So invitation to do the work this week. Start to connect with your inner child. And you know, through several ways. Maybe find a picture of yourself as a child. Write a letter to your inner child. Do something fun with your inner child, like colouring in or painting. And then just get to know, just be with the inner child. And then once you start to, if they open up to you, that's when you can start restoring integrity and then listening to what it was like for them. Were their needs met? What needs were met and what were unmet needs? Start reviewing your parenting skills and learn how to nurture your inner child yourself. And be in communication with the group so you have some support while you do this work. So there's a book called Prisoners of Childhood, and that basically depicts that when we hold on to those things from childhood, we become prisoners in our mind. And it ties in with Deepak Chopra's. Every time you get tempted to react in the same old way, ask yourself if you want to be a prisoner of the past or a pioneer of the future. Any questions? Here's some of the resources that you can look at, some videos of understanding inner child work and understanding the drama child and how to re-parent our child. And there's a workbook, inner child workbook, that you could look at. Welcome to Module 7 on procrastination. Let's take time to get present. Take a deep breath in, breathe out. In, breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. The next inhale, scan the body from head to toe. And then just check in with the mind. Putting any worries or concerns aside while we set our intention. Get present to procrastination, what it is, and how to overcome it. So, what did you take on last week from the time that you watched the last module about the inner child? And what results are you getting? Did you celebrate them? So we're going to look at what is procrastination, why we do it, and how it affects our life, and then how you discuss some useful tools to overcome it. So what is procrastination? It's a long word. Takes a long time to say it. What is it? What actually is it in terms of how does it show up in our life? Well, the definition from Wikipedia is procrastination is the avoidance of doing a task that needs to be accomplished by a certain deadline. It's an intentional delay to starting and finishing a project despite knowing that it will have certain consequences. So the words intentional delay is in bold because there's something happening in the subconscious that's actually intending for us not to get started or finish a project. So let's look at some examples of procrastination. So it could be that project, it could be that assignment that we're wanting to do, and we know that it is a deadline, and sometimes we leave it right to the last minute. Could be a chore, cleaning the toilet, cleaning the kitchen. Could be with a relationship. Know to either start one or finish one. So 75% of individuals with ADHD were classified as chronic procrastinators. Procrastination is a pervasive problem among individuals with ADHD. That's for sure. So there's actually different types of procrastination though. So let's look at each one. So we have the perfectionist, the one that wants to get everything right. Every detail has to be right. Got to be A+, perfect. And because it has to be perfect, we don't actually get started. So, and we also don't get finished either. It's always ongoing. The dreamer. Number 2, the dreamer. What if this? What if that? Staring out the window. Yeah. Into the future. Yes, it will happen. Maybe next year, next week, next month. Then we have the avoider. No, pushing away. It's the aversion coming in. I'll do it tomorrow. Yeah, no. Put it off for later. It's not the right time now. Then we have the crisis maker. Oh, I'm in debt and I can't pay the rent now, and this and that, and I've got debt chasing me. And then we got the busy procrastinator. No, too busy to meditate, too busy to do this, too busy to do that, too busy. One of the a famous comedian called it the too busy syndrome. And yeah, that's a form of procrastination. So what type of procrastinator most resonates with you? And is there anything that you are procrastinating on right now in your life? Let's take a moment to consider which type, okay. So here's a quote from Stephen Safran. Once you discover the reasons, you will be able to use more effective problem-solving strategies that will decrease the interference of procrastinations. So when we get present to the why we do what we do, then we'll be more effective in the problem-solving. Because then we can investigate it and say, well, where's that come from? If it's fear of failure, let's say, for example, it's because the last time I did an assignment, and then you can say, well, look, is that beneficial right now to hold that view, or should we let it go? But let's look into a bit of a deeper understanding as to why we procrastinate to get a better understanding. So on the left here, we have all the reasons as to why we procrastinate. Shame, big one. Just look at some of the work done by Brené Brown on shame to get present to that is an underlining emotion that prevents us from living a fulfilled life. Fear of failure, avoidance of negative thinking, high expectations. Yes, I mean, avoidance of negative thinking, that's like we don't want the negative, so we only wanted the positive. And give an example of that in terms of when I've been doing some videos showing photography. I've been avoiding doing it because the last time I did it, my partner had a lot of criticism and I found it very negative, and I'm pushing it away, avoiding it. I don't want the negative, and I won't even get started on putting the presentation together. So there's no reward or realization on the consequences. We're not present to that. Overwhelming emotions. You can't find the right starting point. There's not enough sustained effort. And sustained effort is something that we can develop through mindfulness and concentration. Time. Yes, that relationship with time comes in again with this procrastination. Put it off until you have more time. More time. When will you have more time? Nobody knows. But we'll put it off. We'll put it off until we have more time. Sometimes we put happiness off. Oh, we haven't got time to be happy. We'll put it off. Delay it for the future date. We'll just put it in the diary. Yep, 2025 on this date. That's when we will be happy. Yeah. There's no time pressure or no accountability. So this is why it's quite hard when most entrepreneurs have ADHD, and if there's no time pressure to get things done or no accountability, this is where coaching comes in, then we don't do it. We just don't do it. We don't feel that pressure of time. We're left with our own autonomy and to just go with the flow and blow around in the wind. Whereas if we have a third party, someone who is a coach that's ringing us up, we're having a meeting every week. Have you done this? How have you done this? How are you getting on with this? Then they're holding you to account for what you said. So when you don't have that, it can lead into procrastination, and you start to delay tasks till tomorrow. There's also anxiety that's developed around a project or a task. There's aversion to starting it, and you think that you have plenty of time. And this perfectionism as well comes in. So that's why we do what we do, okay? But how does it actually affect our life? Well, here's a survey in 2015 found on average a person loses over 55 days a year procrastinating. It's wasting around 218 minutes every day on doing unimportant things. This is your time, guys, and time is the only thing you cannot buy. You can't bring it back. Increased stress. That's, putting things off to the last minute or doing that assignment the night before it has to be handed in creates more stress on the body and the mind. And the body keeps the score. So the consequences really is increased stress, and there's also some penalties for missing deadlines. If we don't return or pay that parking fine by a certain date, then it doubles. More importantly, is it impacts on relationships when integrity is out. The final product is not as what it could have been, because you're not accepting criticism to come in or being willing, you're being too attached to the outcome. And overall, it's increasing your suffering and you feel worse. So take a moment to ponder on the consequences of procrastination on your life and just share with the group. Just email us or come on to the tribe member area and comment. So now we know what procrastination is and why we do it. Let's look at how we can overcome it. So here's some tips on how to get started on projects or tasks. So you're at the start line, and it's about immersing yourself in the benefits for starting early. Yeah, really get present to this, because if you get present to those benefits, then you'll know why you do what you do and it'll motivate you. So you get present to the feeling of getting on top of that assignment and doing it in good time, then it reduces the stress. You get a better assignment because you're less stressed and you're able to think about it more and not put yourself under pressure. And you get a great result at the end. And what the great result means, the consequence of that is maybe that you get the job that you want, or you get the recognition that you deserve. Practice self-compassion. Allow yourself to fail, because if we don't learn to fail, we fail to learn. Break down the tasks into small chunks. This is a really good one to get started. So just start off with something small, just to get yourself in motion on the project. Set realistic goals. Don't say, right, I'm going to spend today on it and I'm going to get it finished in one day, if you know that that's unrealistic, because all it's going to end in is you blaming yourself and being upset with yourself because you haven't done what you said you're going to do. Plan breaks so you spend short sessions on tasks. Visualize the deadline and the consequences if you don't meet it. So start to weigh up the pros and cons. So motivation is what gets you started, but habit is what keeps you going. So start to make the habits, form the habits in your mind. Remember, 21 days, 40 days to make a habit. So let's look at some other tips for the perfectionists, and we're going to go through each type of procrastinator and look at the tips. So if you are a perfectionist, be clear on the purpose. Assign a time limit to each task, summarize key information, reduce distractions, allow for failure, and get present to that. Without it, we don't learn. You've never seen a baby learn to walk without falling, have you? So maybe also adjust your standards to get the job completed on time. Maybe it doesn't have to be to such a high standard. It could just be a little bit lower, so just so you get it done. Charles Dickens. My advice is to never do tomorrow what you can do today. Procrastination is a thief of time. Yes, there's a concept called time thieves. Procrastination is one of them. It steals your time, and time is something you can never get back. Tips for the dreamer. Okay, so if you do find yourself constantly staring out the window, thinking about the future, then here's some tips for you. Get your feet back on the ground. Do some meditation. Just bring yourself back into the present moment. Set the SMART goals. Write novel ideas down rather than getting distracted. So if you do have an idea that comes, just make a note of it. Reflect on your progress. Track input and output for each task and get present to positive results. Following through is the only thing that separates dreamers from people that accomplish great things. So this is about integrity, following through, saying what you do. That's what separates the dreamers from the people that accomplish great things. Say you do, do. Tips for the avoider. Okay. Overcome the emotion of fear, because that's the main thing that's holding you back. Stop worrying about what other people think. Really get present to this, because we can spend so much time on this, and it's a time thief. Because everyone's worrying about what other people think themselves. So why would you be? They're not thinking about you. Have a set time for emails and just not do them the first thing, because they can get caught up in emails and you start pushing and you use it as a good excuse to avoid doing the worst first. Focus on the worst first. So there is a job, and then it builds up the confidence that you've achieved that thing. Contemplate on what you're avoiding. Investigate. Do insight meditation. What is it? What role are you playing in this? Why are you holding on to it? Why are you avoiding? What is it that you're afraid of? Break the task down to further chunks. Be realistic with energy and time required for each task, and reward yourself when you complete the task. Yes, reward yourself, because this reinforces the feeling of accomplishment. Just this posture is a positive posture, crossing the finish line. In a moment of decision, the best thing you can do is the right thing to do. The next best thing is the wrong thing. And the worst thing you can do is nothing. Remember, the only difference between success and failure is the ability to take action. Here's tips for the crisis maker. Dispel the illusion that it is good to leave it to the last minute. It is not good. The reality is that you are suffering. Get it present to it. Make the consequences visual. Okay, so if you're doing a project and if this project doesn't get done, you could lose your job. So you put a picture of the job center up and you see that as a visual. Try using the Pomodoro technique to manage time better. So the Pomodoro technique is the tomato timer. So you've got a job to do, you set the timer for 20 minutes, and when the timer goes off, you stop. Give your brain a break to increase productivity. Drink more water. Have a break. Get present to the benefits of having more time to complete a task. Give yourself more time. Why do we have to do everything instantly? We're not superhuman. We're human beings. Give yourself permission to be human. Reward yourself every time a crisis is avoided. So keep doing this. So when you don't get into the being in that crisis, reward yourself and say, I didn't fall into the drama triangle. I didn't do that this time. Great. Yes. Reinforce it. Remember, 21 days, 40 days to make a habit. Got to keep reinforcing it. It's not just a one-off. We must be diligent today. To wait until tomorrow is too late. Death comes unexpectedly. How can we bargain with it? We can't negotiate death. No one knows how long we've got. So respect your time. And do the work and avoid procrastination. So the final one is the tips for the busy procrastinator. So get your priorities in order. Important tasks need to be addressed first. Get present to time constraints that you can only do so much in a day. This is where, if you look at the template for the day planner, you have the 3 must-dos. You put the 3 must-dos down. Get those done, that's good enough. Check that your tasks are linked to your overall goals and vision to make sure that that is the case. Why waste time on things that are unimportant? And they don't help you get to the goal. So identify the purpose of your task and the expected outcome. Important tasks are the ones that add value in the long run. So the least productive people are usually the ones who are most in favour of holding meetings. Anyone ever worked for the council or a government organisation? I've worked in that space and had a lot of meetings and not much produce. Nothing really come out of it. Take a moment to see what you can do to reduce procrastination in your life. How can you stop this time thief? And then share with the group or share on the tribe member area. Now here's your invitation to do the work. Raise awareness on where you procrastinate and investigate why. Is it areas of work? Is it areas of relationships? Is it areas of finance? Just find out where it is and weigh up the pros and cons to procrastinating in that area. And then start to actually apply the techniques, the tips, and find out what procrastinators coming up. There's a worksheet that you can download on this. If you have any questions, please get in touch. Always willing to listen and hear your feedback, how we can make the world better. But start making your world better now by getting present to procrastination and how it affects you in your life because of this. Do you want to become a prisoner of the past or a pioneer of the future? Welcome to Module 8 of Celebrating ADHD Group Coaching Course. We are going to talk about problem-solving skills, Module 8. So just take a moment and tune in. Take a deep breath in and breathe out. The next inhale, just scan the body from head to toe. And then just check in with the mind. Just note what's there. And just put away any worries or concerns while we set our intention to get present to problem solving, developing the tools to do this. So why we're looking at this, life is an endless series of problems. So problem solving skills are essential in our life. And it's important to address this, as within ADHD, sometimes we may think that we don't have the skills to solve these problems. And it's not true. We do. We all have the skills, and it's about developing those skills to the best that we can. So before we start, normally we'll just want you to think about what you took on last week and what results did you get. Just make sure you really consider and celebrate those results. Just a reminder as why this support group, it's practical, it's interactive, it's goal orientated, and it's about celebrating our lives. We're already good enough just the way we are. And anything else is just a bonus. And that's what we're here to work on. So we're going to look at what is problem solving. We're going to look at key factors to make you aware of before we go into the 6-step process of problem solving that we can apply. And then there's an invitation to do the work. So what is problem solving? What is problem solving? Okay, well, we have in the middle, we have the problem, and there's all these solutions, possible solutions that could be to the problem. And problem solving, it's just solving that problem. Let's look at some of the definitions. So we've got here, problem solving involves diagnosing the possible causes of a problem and developing an action plan that solves the problem. People use problem solving skills all the time, both in their personal and professional lives. It's not something that we can escape from problems. We all experience them. So problem solving is a methodical approach. It's a step-by-step approach to the challenge. It involves research, evaluation of possible options, making decision, and reviewing the decisions on the affect, behavior, and cognition. You know, what actually works well. If we don't do this process, then we never know what works. It can be fun too. So some of the tools that we require for this is creativity through brainstorming, thinking outside of the box, team working skills, communication skills, logical and analytical, critical thinking, which follows a methodical approach. So it's about slowing down and going through that approach. It also involves high emotional intelligence. decision making is key. And it's about building conviction and trusting in yourself to make the decision and following it through. So it's about integrity. So just take a moment and ponder on a problem that has arisen recently, and just write down or share what problem-solving skills you applied to it. How do you currently solve problems? And be honest with yourself what you do. So now you've got a clear idea of some of the things that you do when problems arise. Now let's read this. A problem is not a problem. A problem is not a problem. It's our approach towards the problem that's the primary cause of the problem. So it's our approach. It's the way that we deal with the problem. So let's look at the key factors to be mindful of before problem solving. So there's other things that get in the way. So factors to be mindful of are our feelings. Our feelings get in the way. We're going to look at problem solving in relation to time. We're going to look at responsibility, truth, being dedicated to truth, willingness and be open to challenges, and then applying the strengths that we have, the superpowers. So how do feelings get in the way? Well, we currently if a problem arises, we have a feeling about it, which is a like or dislike, or maybe a neutral feeling. We're not even that bothered. We're kind of disillusioned about it. And that leads to emotions, and the emotions that it leads to, if it's something that you dislike and is surrounded by guilt or shame, then you are going to drain your energy with those lower emotions. And they get in the way from actually doing and getting on with things. Procrastination sets in, and we looked at this last week. Procrastination is the time thief. It will steal your time. We get distracted. Because we don't want to face the feeling. We don't want to face the fear of failure, for example. So we put things off. We don't want to face an upset, conflict, so we ignore it, hoping that they'll go away, but problems don't go away. So our feelings do get in the way. You need to be aware of that. Take a moment and ponder when a feeling got in the way of solving a problem and share with the group. So I can give you an example of doing a household chore, maybe cleaning the bathroom, and the feeling is that I don't want to put my hand down the toilet. You have a feeling, a dislike, and then you may not get on with the chore of cleaning the toilet because you get stuck with this dislike. Or it might be a feeling that why should you be cleaning the toilet and not somebody else? Again, another feeling or emotion gets in the way. So just a little excerpt from Rudyard Kipling about sort of how we address feelings, really. But he's saying if you can meet triumph and disaster and treat those two imposters the same, then you're not going to be clinging on to triumph or clinging on to disaster. So you're not going to let those feelings get in the way. Let's look at how problem solving relates to time, because this is a key issue. So as the example was given that it's a guy in his late 30s, just couldn't fix things. He just called himself an idiot. He said, I'm not mechanically minded, I cannot fix things. Goes out for a walk. As he gets back, sees his next door neighbour, and his next door neighbour's there fixing the lawnmower. So he's intrigued and curious and says, how do you do this? How do you fix things like that? And the guy just turned around and said simply, you have to have time. And that's when it hit him that he didn't give enough time to fixing problems. So when we don't do that, we're going to set ourselves up for failure. And that will reinforce the feeling that I'm an idiot, I'm not mechanically minded, I can't do this. And it goes round and round into that circle. So we don't allow enough time to solve the problem. We want this instant fix. We live in a world where we can, one click of a button, we can go to Amazon and we get something delivered that day. This is an instant fix, instant gratification. Nobody wants to put things off or face the unpleasant tasks to delay gratification. So this is a key issue. If we don't allow the time, we set ourselves up for failure. If we just become deluded and think that problems are going to go away on their own accord, then we just allow procrastination to take our time. We allow it to come in. So we give the allowance to it. We choose, we create it. We create the world we live in. So take a moment to ponder on the last time you solved a problem. This could be a small thing, the computer, knowing how to fix something in Microsoft Windows, or something big. Just think about how much time did you give it? So give yourself the time to do the problem solving. This is a kind of act of compassion and being kind to yourself, because you're human. It takes time. If you break it down step by step, then you're going to get, it's going to lead to a better result. Right. Next factor to take into account is responsibility. What does it mean to take responsibility? So taking responsibility is getting present to this. Nobody is coming, said the Buddha. Nobody's coming to save you. Get present to this. It's up to you to take charge. It's up to you to create the life you want to live. Nobody's coming. This essentially means get out of this victim mindset. Stop being an emotional beggar. So what does it actually mean to take responsibility? Well, it's ownership. It's owning the problem. The very experienced motorbike rider took this statement on board. He said, everything that happens to me is my fault. He says if he has that attitude when riding the bike, then he becomes more mindful and takes responsibility for his life and his safety. Be careful not to use the fault into self-blame, but just look at it from a reality is that, you know, if there's a cause and effect, there's a consequence to that. And if you've taken that action, then there's a consequence. So admit to your mistakes rather than blaming others. Enough of blaming others. It doesn't lead anywhere to blame others other than to destructive, toxic relationships. Take charge of your own feelings and emotions. Start to investigate where they come from. Is it something that happened when you were a child that you're holding on to? Learn to fail or fail to learn. You have to take responsibility for your learning and applying it to your life. Introduce behavioral change now. If you don't, you're going to get the same results. You might be happy with the results you're getting. If you are, then great. If you're not, then look at what you can do differently to get a different result. Be accountable for your actions. Face the consequences, the unpleasantness. Take a moment to ponder on a problem that has arisen recently. Just ask yourself, did you take full responsibility for it? And what was the resulting impact, if you did or if you didn't? So I'll give you an example from my life. It's that something goes missing in the house, say remote controller for the TV, and it's a problem because we want to use the TV. So frequently what I used to do is not avoid responsibility. Say, it's not me, it wasn't me, it wasn't me. But the fact is that I have committed to keeping the house tidy. So I'm out of integrity because that is not happening if we can't find things that we need in the house. So without taking full responsibility, I don't face the fact that I'm disorganized and messy. It's somebody else's problem. Now I take full responsibility for it, take the unpleasantness on board, and make changes to declutter the house so we can find things. So it's also about taking the responsibility for your own growth and learning, because, and it's what we say to ourselves that can delay problems and addressing things. And if you think you can't, or if you think you can, you are right. This is Henry Ford. So if you think you can't do something, then you can't. No, you can't. If you think you can't problem solve, you can't problem solve. But if you think you can problem solve, you can problem solve. It's a mindset issue. Train the mind, control the mind with mindfulness. Be dedicated to the truth. This is another element. We all tell lies. There's not one person that hasn't told a lie, white lie, black lie. It's about being dedicated to the truth. So, the truth is that difficult things are going to happen. We're going to have problems. Life is full of a series of problems. We can't change that, but we can change the way we respond. So, are you dedicated to the truth? Are you honest with yourself? Are you willing to face the defects in your problem solving? Are you willing to delay gratification? Are you willing to take responsibility for your mistakes and take constructive criticism on board? Are you keen to move from an emotional beggar victim mindset to one of empowerment? These are questions for you to answer. And just hold on to the truth. Hold on to the truth. So Scott Peck wrote a magnificent book called The Road Less Traveled, and he says we lie, of course. Not only to others, but to ourselves we lie. And these lies can be potent and destructive, especially the ones associated with love. So we may say to ourselves, our parents really loved us, or we really love our children. And we've got to actually look at the reality of that. Is it true? Is it happening all the time? Did our parents really love us all the time? Reality, they probably didn't. Sometimes we were a bit difficult to live with. Annoying teenagers. Did they love us then? And the same with do we really love our children? Because the politically correct thing is to say yes, but then sometimes we don't. They demand a lot of attention. They take us away from some of the things that we love to do. It's about facing up to that and admitting it. So take a moment to think about the last lie that you told yourself and what impact it had on your life. It might be that you're saying, I don't lie to myself, which might be a lie in itself. So just take a moment to think about that. I can share from my own experience is the last lie I told myself was that I don't need to lose weight. And the reality is during lockdown, I have put a bit of extra weight on. And I just told myself a lie. I said, no, it's okay. I haven't. But the reality is that I have. So the impact that it has is that I ignore the problem and I don't face how to evaluate to lose weight and to do those things. And that impacts on relationships, the partner I'm with, because I've agreed with him that I would lose the weight, and I'm out of integrity. So when I'm out of integrity, it drains my energy. That's the impact it has on my life. So the other thing to be aware of is, are you open to challenges? Are you open to these problems solvings? Would you like to solve the problems? So do you see problems as stumbling blocks or stepping stones? How do you see them? How do you experience problems in your life? Are you willing to do the work and face you? And to open up yourself to find out what your can't is. If you're saying to yourself, I can't do this, why are you saying that you can't? What are you avoiding? Are you still curious? Do you ask, what if? So this is a great poem. Isn't it strange how princes and kings and clowns that caper in the sawdust rings and common people like you and me are builders for eternity? Each is given a list of rules, a shapeless mass, a bag of tools, and each must fashion ere life is flown, a stumbling block or a stepping stone. Just take a moment, think about what problem or challenge you can open yourself up to this week. Maybe use the template to problem solve that problem or challenge. So if we say we change the way that we see problems, we change the mindset, and we start to see problems as opportunities as opposed to a disadvantage. A problem unsolved is a potential untapped. So there's a potential in every problem. Every cloud has a silver lining. You know, there's these sayings are there to open you up to the fact that there's a lot of positive things about problems. So are we applying the strengths of ADHD brains to problem solving? Because it can become overwhelming with those overpowering emotions. But once we got on top of those, we have an untapped potential to solve problems. And here's why. We have the ability to think out of the box. We can see things that maybe the next person cannot see. We're able to evaluate different solutions. It's a great skill for problem solving. You know, anyone that runs an advertising agency, you want to employ people with ADHD. If you don't, then you're limiting the creativity and the ideas that you have for your clients. The creativity is another major strength. The ability to hyper-focus. is another strength. You can focus on that problem and just get that problem done. Keep going till you get it done. So take a moment to think about your skills and just think about a time when you basically came up with an idea that nobody else thought about ever, and what the impact of that was. So I can share from my own experience is that I used to organise a lot of events. Used to have an airfield, and one of those events that was held every year was a firework evening. So I came up with the idea of a Moroccan theme one year, and we had belly dancers in the cafe on a firework evening, and Moroccan drummers. Who would come up with that idea for a firework party? Someone with ADHD. Yeah. And the result? Well, everyone had a fantastic time. They really enjoyed it. So it brought joy to a lot of people, and it was a very innovative event full of life. So look, let's look at, we all want to run, we all want to escape from our neurosis. If we live on the run from them now, how will we ever know the rest? Because if we face the neurosis associated with ADHD, there's so much potential, so much that we can offer to the world. And it's about empowering ourselves to do that. Let's face it. So here's a 6-step process that we can apply to problem solving. So we're going to go through each one. First step is to identify the problem, then do your own research, look for possible solutions, make a decision, put the decision into action, and then await the results and evaluate the results. So identifying the problem is a really important stage because we need to write down the problem. We have to be clear about what the problem is and then share it with others if you're working in the group. And then you can set the intention for what you're trying to do about the problem, the goal. What is the goal? Then break down the tasks that are involved and then determine what the root cause, what you think the root cause is of the problem. And then we're going to test it out. So it could be a physical, could be human, it could be organizational causes. Just put down what you think it is, and then get present to the consequences of not addressing the problem head on. So anything that has shape, we can break. So if you define the problem, you can break it down into chunks. But if the problem floats like smoke, you just get played. So you're just going to, it's going to become elusive and you're never actually going to get to the source of it. So step 2, do your own research. Make the time for the research and look for the solutions. You know, what do the best people do in this field to solve the problem that you're in? What's worked well before? Is there anyone that you can ask that's experienced the same thing? Arrange a brainstorming session. Keep an open mind. Come up with lots of possible solutions. And use different research tools, books, websites, podcasts, etc. There's so many access to different information out there. And play with it, because trying to find a solution to your problem is a magical journey. And you can arrive at a beautiful and utterly different problem-free point, leaving your original problem and its solution aside forever. So 3, you get to this choice point. It's about making a decision. So you evaluate all the options. You use a decision-making model, the Bostrom matrix, pros and cons, the crossroads model, weighing up which way to go. Apply the what-if scenario. What if I go down this route, then this route? Use critical thinking skills. Ask key questions. I mean, can this solution be put implemented in the time frame? Is it practical? Is it helpful? Is it of benefit? Is it cost effective? Can it adapt to conditions that evolve and change? Is it risky? Is it beneficial to you, the team, and the company? Think of it from all the angles, which we are brilliant at doing. Think logically, and you have had a chance to solve a problem. Reacting emotionally to it prolongs and worsens your dilemma. So the emotions aren't involved in it. Take the emotions out of the problem solving process. Then step 4, put the decision into action. So it's about actioning the decision. So thinking about, well, who's going to actually be responsible for implementation? Is it you? What time frame? What are the objective? What are the exact actions that actually need to be taken to place? And test it along the way. Just be open to feedback, to which door you're going to go through. Yeah, this is key. I mean, I'd rather attempt to do something great and fail than attempt nothing and succeed. So then 5, it's about awaiting the results, okay? Just celebrate the fact that you've addressed the problem. That's the first thing. You took action. So reward yourself. This is the time, just reward yourself. Be mindful of thoughts about creating the stories. What if this, oh, that. Yeah, just be mindful of what your thinking process is. Allow yourself to say, I've done what I've done and I haven't done what I haven't done. And let go. And just be patient on the results. Be grateful for the problem and the ability that you have to solve it. Because at least we're alive to have them. You don't get problems when you're dead. You don't need to do problem solving when you're dead. You're dead. So let's be grateful for our problems and start to listen within into our hearts and treat it as a stepping stone, something that we can learn from and grow. Final step, very key point, this step is evaluating the results. Devote the time to evaluate the results. So look at the feedback that you've got. Is it positive, negative? What's going on? What happened after you implemented the changes? What worked? What didn't work? What did your solution improve? And just analyze the actions that have made and what impact they made. And did it address the root cause of the issue? If not, then we go through the whole process again. What have you learned from the experience? What worked well? And to celebrate it is key. Reinforce the fact that you can problem solve. Because if you can't solve problems, then you are the problem. You are the problem, period. It's a bit harsh, but it's true. If you can't solve problems, then you are the problem, period. Address it. Face you. Here's the invitation to do the work. So, Revisit your ability to solve problems. You can do it. See the problems as an opportunity. Use the template for problem solving and choose 3 problems this week and apply it to it. Get present to the reality of your life and the problems. Practice self-compassion and give yourself the time to do it. Is the key point is give yourself the time to problem solve. One thing at a time. Don't overwhelm yourself with too many things. Just take one problem, break it down, and follow the process. You can do it. So if you have any questions about the content of this module, please get in touch and we can talk through it. Here's some of the resources that you can look at. So there's some useful videos on problem solving, some TED Talks. There's also books of the science of lateral thinking, critical thinking, the McKinsey mind. So McKinsey's a top consultancy company. Probably worth listening to those that solve problems all the time. And useful apps. Yeah, there's Pact Fighting Laziness, Can't Wake Up, Attitude. Yeah, check those out. The resources and do the work. And at the end of the day, we are what we think. All that we arises with our thoughts, and with our thoughts we make the world. So what world are you going to create with regards to problem solving this week? It's up to you. Nobody's coming. But we are in it together. So reach out to the community through the discussion forum, the tribe member, Facebook, Instagram. And let's connect as a group, because together we can achieve a lot more. Welcome to Module 9, where we're going to discuss creativity and getting into the flow. So before we start, let's just take a moment just to check in. Take a deep breath in. Breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. Scan the body from head to toe and just check in with the mind. Putting any worries or concerns aside while we look at this module on creativity and flow. Opening the eyes, coming back. So welcome to Module 9, Encouraging Flow and Creativity. Purpose of this module is really to get present to how we can encourage this flow. Sometimes we know that we're very creative. Sometimes we get blocked. There's certain blocks to our creativity. So this is about unlocking those blocks and really getting into the zone. So what did you take on last week and what results did you get? Just take a moment and just ponder on those. Because this is about celebrating every step of the way. Sometimes we quickly move on to the next thing and we forget to actually take stock and reflect on what we have achieved. So just a reminder as to why it shows this group. It's practical, it's interactive, it's goal orientated, and it's about celebrating life. We're already good enough just the way we are. And what we're doing here is just raising awareness on those things that perhaps cause extra suffering in our life that we can reduce. So we're going to look at what is flow and creativity. We're going to look at what are the blocks to creativity and flow, and then how we can actually encourage flow and creativity in our day-to-day lives. So what is flow and creativity? Sometimes we think maybe creativity is just something that's to do with artists, but it can come out creativity in many different ways. We can be creative with numbers, we can be creative with words. So let's have a look. So being completely involved in an activity for its own sake, the ego falls away. Time flies. Every action, movement, and thought follows inevitably from the previous one, like playing jazz. Your whole being is involved, and you're using your skills to the utmost. This is what being in the flow is about. We've all been there. So let's have a look at the concept of being in the zone. So we all know what our comfort zone is, and then there's a fear zone, and then there's a learning zone, and then a growth zone. So being in the flow, you can apply to any learning experience. So if you look at the right-hand side chart, where you've got the difficulty on the left and you've got the player ability, your ability to take in the information. And then you've got boredom section and you've got the anxiety. So in the middle is the flow. So when you're listening to something or you're learning something and you're in tune with it and it's not too difficult and you're able to take and you're not bored, then you're in the flow. Whereas if it's something that is really stretching you and it's very difficult, you may get a bit anxious about it. So you won't be in the flow. So the 4 elements of being in the zone are selflessness, timelessness, effortlessness, and richness. That's when you know that you're in the zone. So let's look at creativity and our definition of creativity. An act of creativity can be grand and inspiring, such as creating a beautiful painting or designing an innovative new product. But an idea need not be artistic or world-changing to count as creative. It could be creative cooking. You create something new. It's not going to change the world, but it's an expression of creativity. So let's have a look at the different types of creativity. So we have this model where we've got cognitive, emotional, and then we've got deliberate and spontaneous. So the Newton and the apple falls from the tree, it's spontaneous, bang, there's a cognition, and there's a formation, a mental formation of creativity. Let's look at musicians, where there's an emotional element and it can be spontaneous. So if when someone's doing a jamming session, they're just spontaneously putting the notes together. And then we've got cognitive and deliberate. So that's Thomas Edison with the light bulb, failure after failure, and then gets to develop the light bulb. And then the final one is emotional and deliberate. So these are these therapeutic and these aha moments. So they're the 4 types of creativity. But let's look at it a bit further in terms of the how we get to those types. And there's different skills and thinking that happens. There's divergence thinking. There's lateral thinking. There's systems thinking, aesthetics thinking, inspirational thinking. So the creativity can come from those different types of thinking. So now just start to think, when are you most creative and when have you been in flow recently? Just take a moment to think, am I most creative in the mornings or the evenings? And when is it that I'm completely focused? Selflessness doesn't come into it. Time goes out the window. And you have this richness quality and joy of being in the flow. So I can give you an experience from my life, which is when I'm practicing yoga. I can be completely in the zone, connected to the essence of yoga and just being in the posture. So let's look at let's look at some of these blocks to creativity and flow. Because there are sometimes blocks. I mean, even though we're very creative as a tribe, but sometimes things get in the way and it limits our creativity. So let's look at what those are. Okay, so number one is fear of failure. 100%. Sometimes we don't want to get started on something, a project, because we're already set ourselves up for failure. We're already creating this inauthentic fear in our mind that it's not going to work or it's going to fail, and you're making it to mean that failure is the end of everything. And it's not. It's what we make it to mean in our heads. Number two, reluctance to play. Yeah, I'm not playing. No, I'm not playing. So that can block the creativity. Resource myopia. I haven't got time. No time, no time, no time. We don't see or manage the resource of time. It can block our creativity and flow. We don't give ourselves enough time to be creative. The other one is over certainty. We can be so sure of ourselves, so the ego takes over. We don't need to be creative. And that can, by being overconfident, we can actually block creativity and flow. And the final one is frustration and avoidance. This feeling of aversion, pushing away. No, I'm not going to do it. That blocks the creativity and flow. So what are your blocks to flow and creativity? Take a moment and just ponder on that. Right here, right now, what are your blocks to flow and creativity? What is stopping you creating the life that you want? So I can share from my own life that getting involved in technical websites, setting things up, I was blocked for a couple of years on this fact through fear of failure. I was so concerned with the fear of failing that I would never even start, because then I haven't failed. But it just blocked what I wanted to achieve. So how to overcome that was through understanding what the block was and rewriting the story in my head and saying it is okay to fail. It's okay if you get it wrong. Just play with it, bring playfulness into it, and just do it as a test, as a trial. It doesn't have to be final. Nothing is final. Just play with life, play with your creativity. So here's what someone else does. Harris Moore. When I'm stuck, I just search for excitement, but not too hard. It is when I find myself playing more than trying that I find my way out of the block. So it's a key point, is this play element. So let's look at other ways. How can we encourage flow and creativity in our lives? It's got so much to offer. There is so much. Each one of you has a precious human life. And you can do whatever you want to do with the right mindset. So how do we encourage it? Okay, well, it comes back to the key element is setting powerful intentions. And this is something that we spend a lot of time on at the beginning of the group coaching course, is because the intention, the why we do what we do, is so important, and it's important to make it visual. So you have that reminder, you put it up in your office, you have that reminder of what your intention is. So every action that you do, you can say, is it in line with my intention? Second thing, so important, is give yourself permission to be human. We are going to mess up. We are going to make mistakes. Does anyone know a baby that didn't fall over when they learnt to walk? No. It's part of the nature. It's part of being human. Nobody's perfect. So it's learn to fail or fail to learn. Really get this point. Learn to fail or fail to learn. Other things that you can do to encourage creativity is to incorporate breaks for downtime. Let your mind wander. Let this randomness come in, because when you do and you allow for that, then that's sometimes when the best ideas come out. And this is something for anyone who is running an ad agency or any type of creativity where you need to generate ideas. This is a must to have people with ADHD on your team. Because they're an asset. They can create those ideas. They have full of ideas. It's letting them enhance it and giving them the space and the environment for them to express it. You can also raise awareness of what's holding you back, like I did. through meditation and mindfulness training. You can use affirmations to boost your confidence and to remind yourself that you are a creative being. Focus on one thing at a time. One thing at a time. Yes, we all know that we don't multitask, and that's one of the main traits of ADHD. But just try doing one thing at one time. I've got a block of creativity for 2 hours. I'm going to come up with ideas, and that you just do that. You can also change your environment to reduce those distractions, and you can practice the beginner's mindset. Start with a blank canvas. Forget everything that's been done before. Just blank canvas. There it is. Bring the beginner's mind to it and go with it. And the final thing, which is one of the most important elements, is introduce playfulness into the process. Make it fun. Life is to be enjoyed. So here's a wonderful summary from Deepak Chopra about intentions. Intentions and goals equal transformation. Attention and concentration equals creativity. So take a moment, ponder on what you can do, what you can take on this week to encourage creativity and flow into your life. Commit to doing one thing between now and next week. Here's another wise words. It's really nice to bring these quotes in, because then you're getting a perspective from different people who have been down this journey. So Lisa Golightly says, I give myself permission to just make for the sake of making, without any thought at the outcome, which can be surprisingly hard. What I would tell my younger self is this: there is no right way to make art. The only wrong is not trying, not doing. Don't put up barriers that aren't there. Just get to the work and make something. So here's the invitation to do the work now. Raise your awareness of these blocks to creativity and flow. Because then when you understand what's holding you back, then you can work on it. If you're not clear and you don't know what it is, then it's very difficult to work on it. So set powerful intentions for your work time this week. Use the daily planner. Set those intentions. Reward yourself after, and give yourself compassion when you make mistakes, because you will make mistakes, and give yourself permission to be human. So if you have any questions, please get in touch by email, or you can book a good discovery call in. Happy to have a chat with you through anything that comes up from these presentations. So this is all about transformation, and it's about the choice point that we have to create the world that we really want to live in. Deepak Chopra, on Letting Go, says, do you want to become a prisoner of the past or a pioneer of the future? Ask yourself this question. And then you get the answer, then act on it. If you're happy being a prisoner of the past, that's fine too. But if you want to be a pioneer of the future, then change it. Get a different result. always welcome to feedback. Here's some of the resources that you can look at. So Xander Garcia wrote a book on humans in flow, and he's one of our guest speakers on the podcast. We've got Finding Flow, Rebel Ideas, Living in the Flow State. There's been a lot of research that's been done on this flow state. So please have a look at some of the research studies. And also to get into that flow, there's useful apps that you can explore. So just reiterating the Buddha's point here, we are what we think. All that we are arises with our thoughts. With our thoughts, we make the world. So what are you going to create this week for your world? Welcome to Module 10, Exploring ADHD and Nutrition. Before we launch into the content, let's just take a deep breath in and breathe out. Another breath in and scan the body from head to toe. And then just check in with the mind. Just note what mind state you're in. Setting our intention to explore ADHD and nutrition. So what we eat and how that affects the symptoms of ADHD. So welcome to Module 10, Exploring Nutrition and ADHD. So before we start, let's take a reflection on last week. What did you take on and what results did you get? So take a moment to think about those and celebrate them. do this every time, because sometimes we just move on to the next thing and we don't take stock on where we're at. So the support group is about practicality, interactive, goal orientated, and it's about celebration of life. So it's practical things that you can take into your life and reduce the symptoms of ADHD. So let's look at what we're going to discuss. We're going to look at the facts about nutrition and ADHD. We're going to look at how nutrition can benefit the body and the mind. We're going to look at meal planning and preparation. We're going to look at types of food that impact ADHD and how we can reduce the symptoms. And then we're going to look at what is the ideal ADHD diet. And then there's some invitation for you to do the work. So let's think about the facts about nutrition and ADHD. Now, to set the scene, what we eat can really affect our body and our mind. So it's something that is good to pay attention to. Let's look at the facts. So Dr. Robert Olividadia, clinical psychologist and clinical instructor at psychology at Harvard Medical School. So let's look at what he says. He has noticed that there's a high rate of obesity in the ADHD population, which is contrary to popular belief, as people think we're running around burning so much energy through the hyperactivity that we would burn all of that food energy off. However, research shows that many gastric bypass patients have ADHD and associated impulse control orders. That's the fact. So let's look at some more facts. So there is this element of not knowing when we're full, because it can take 20 minutes from the stomach being full to telling the brain that it's full. Hence why mindful eating is a very good practice, people with ADHD, is to slow it down. And then you realize you don't take more than you need. We're orientated externally, so it's all about outside rather than inside. We're not thinking of what's going on in the body. And if you think about it, we're moving from one thing to the next and we're grabbing food on the go, then we're not going to really have the time to digest the food. To eat healthily, it requires some of those executive functions. Planning through meal preparation and timing. Healthy decisions on what to eat. And also how to cook it and when. This is something I can share from my life in terms of sticking to a recipe and following it bit by bit is a hard task to do, or was a hard task to do. Now I can see the benefits of slowing down and actually following the recipe and understanding the recipe. The first thing, are you cooking for 4? Are you cooking for 8? Work out what the ingredients and the amounts are for the people that you're cooking. That's the key thing. So there might be a little bit of working out what you need and getting those ingredients in. Addictive behaviors, yes, this is a fact that many people with ADHD also have addictive behaviors. So if we are addicted to certain foods, then we are going to follow out that pattern and keep eating and taking more than we need of those particular foods. Many people skip breakfast, and then the metabolism is at a low point, and that supports sugar cravings. And it's the sugar that really affects our mind. Chemical imbalances need to be addressed. So it's, our body is a chemical factory. It's what we put in is what we get out. We need to listen to what we need. So Laura Stevens is another one that studied this in depth for more than 25 years. And she says a healthy diet can provide an effective complementary approach to alleviating some symptoms of ADHD. However, taking an honest look at nutritional habits and figuring out what works best can be a confusing process. So we need to break it down step by step and just focus on one step at a time. So how can nutrition affect our body and our mind? Well, it's all about energy. Let's look at energy. When energy levels are balanced, the body and mind function better. And we can also align all the 7 chakras. Our emotions are connected with food intake. That's something we really need to get. So if we do feel that rejection of something within a relationship, we may go straight to the fridge. We may go straight to the chocolate. And it's the intention behind what we're doing. This is where mindfulness comes in as one of the mental factors to focus on, is intention, why we do what we do. It's the about to moment. So we can also know that nutrition can improve the memory and the concentration. It can also reduce those mood imbalances. And it can give us increased happiness with more dopamine and serotonin. So let's look at the analogy of the chemical factory, because I think this really does hit home to what we put in is what we get out. So it's a body budget and a mind budget. Body budget is in terms of looking at what food we're putting in. So we've got the lorries coming into the factory. They have vitamins, minerals, essential fatty acids, amino acids. They're all going in, entering in. Then there's this chemical combustion going on, and there's some waste products coming out. And then what exits is energy, muscles, chemical brain, so brains for the chemicals, and the nerve cells. So the nerve cells, that flight or fight syndrome, that is the threat system. So there's some things that we can do to calm that nerve system down. Some of the teas, like chamomile tea, tulsi tea for focus, has amazing benefits. So basically what you put in is what you get out. So if you evaluate your energy levels now, you evaluate how your muscles are, evaluate the chemical imbalances, then you can say, right, well, what do I need to put in to increase energy, reduce the amount of chemical imbalances, and this sort of threat system being under threat all the time. So 5 elements to my plate. We have grains, we have vegetables, we have fruits, we have dairy products, we have protein, plus we have the vitamins, supplements. Vitamin D, very, very important, helps our brain receptors. Obviously, vitamin D comes from sunshine. If we can get sunshine naturally, then go out and get as much sunshine as you can. But in some countries, we don't have that opportunity. So we take a supplement. Let's look at meal planning and preparation. So we need these executive functions for meal planning. When we break it down, it is about the time myopia. It's about making the time for these things. So let's break it down. take a moment just to think about, how do you currently prepare and plan your meals? Is there any preparation? Do you just eat on the go? Do you miss meals? Just take stock of what's actually happening right now and just make a note of it. Just get present to what is. So currently, in terms of how I prepare the meals, is for the week. I have a little pad that's got magnet on the back. Stick it near the fridge, and that it tells me what meals I'm going to have. And then it also has a shopping list by the side of it, so I can put down the bits that I need to shop for and shop smart. So when I go to the shop, I know exactly what we're getting. So there's no confusion there. That eliminates the confusion. And it's about discipline to stick to the list. So what can we do? Yeah, with meal planning, we can work out those meals. We can shop smart. We can do a fridge audit before we go shopping and a pantry audit and just see what we've got in already. So we're not duplicating what we have. We can use portion planners. So just cutting down the portion that we use. We can ensure that you've got kitchen essentials on hand. So spices, grains, sauces, just stock up those items so you're organized, so you're not missing something when you're working to a recipe, that you have those basics in place. Plan your meals in blocks. So you can say, okay, so we're going to have protein and we've got grains and we've got vegetables elements in a block. So you're covering those elements that you want on your plate. Schedule a lazy day or a lazy night to make something easy, or ordering a takeaway. This is the best thing that I've put into my life, because Monday night is a pizza night. Not much to do, not much washing up to do, know exactly what to do, just put the pizza in and it's done. Take some stress out of your life. Cook fresh first. So through cooking fresh from fresh ingredients, it's obviously going to give you more of those nutritional elements. But you can have freezer food as a backup for those lazy days. So set aside the time to prepare, cook the food and have fun doing it. I cannot emphasize this enough, is that it takes time to cook. We want this instant gratification, that we can get something straight away. No, it doesn't work like that. We have to put the time in and have some fun doing it. One of the things that I've employed during the lockdown is I bought this map, this world map, and you can scratch off the different countries. So every week we have a different country and we do a recipe from that country. There's a creative idea from an ADHD brain to make it fun. So let's now look at the types of food that impact ADHD. So sugar, number one, sugar. Reduce the amount of sugar in your diet. Sugar dumping syndrome affects your mood. It will bring you up short term and it will drop you back down. It affects your mood balances. Avoid using sweeteners and high fructose corn syrup, aspartame, saccharin, sucrose, are all found in those fizzy drinks and Coca-Cola. Avoid white flour, white potatoes, sweets, or fizzy drinks. Get natural sugars from dates and other fruits, because dates can give you the vitamins too. The guide is less than 6 teaspoons of sugar a day. So if you're having tea in your sugar and you're having 6 cups of tea a day, one's been two, that's it, that's your allowance. And just to give you an idea of the numbers, is that white potatoes, a jacket potato, there was a study done to look at how much sugar cubes are in a jacket potato. So a cube of sugar, it's equivalent to a teaspoon of sugar, and it was 17 for that jacket potato. 17. So really get present to that, because sometimes we have this perception, oh, a jacket potato is healthy, and there's a lot of sugar in it. So start to be aware of these things. Number 2, saturated fats. So avoid saturated, hydrogenated fats or trans fatty acids. They just clog up the arteries. I'm not going to say use oil. Really just research it yourself, because there's so much research on oils, what oils are good. There's avocado oil, there's olive oil. Just use the one, test it out for yourself. But some oils will increase the omega-3 acids. Saturated fat has a higher HDL cholesterol content, which can lead to heart attacks. So be aware of that. Some fats can lead to obesity. And as the doctor has identified that ADHD is linked to obesity, it's something to be aware of. Caffeine, number 3. So we all love coffee, maybe. Some of us might not, but we live in a coffee culture. Yeah, let's just have a coffee in the morning, wake us up. It is a drug and it is a stimulant. And it's not just in coffee, it's in tea, it's in chocolate, it's in soft drinks. So what it does is it raises the amount of specific chemicals in your brain. And one of them is dopamine. It can improve the alertness and concentration, there's no doubt about it. But too much of it can cause migraine headaches, insomnia, irritability, an upset stomach. So you've got to weigh it up, really, and think about when to maybe substitute caffeine for a decaffeinated coffee. It's pretty much tastes the same. Drink plenty of water when you have caffeine drinks. But just invite you to actually research into caffeine and what it does to the body, so you can get present to that. Now, there might be some times when you think, oh, actually, I've got a long drive, I need to stay awake, so I'm going to have a coffee. Just get present to that maybe it can give you that short-term high, but you need to take breaks when you're driving long distances. One of the, my husband and I we ride motorbikes. We rode motorbikes to Montenegro, and we would stop for coffee. The caffeine did work to keep us focused, but you've got to really monitor the intake and allow the body to have the water to avoid dehydration too. So artificial foods, okay, so if you don't look natural, it's not natural. Okay, that's the basic rule with this. Have you ever seen a blue cake? It just doesn't really, it's not really kind of, if it looks if it looks good, then it's probably dyed with artificial colours. So some of the ones to avoid, the food dyes on the ADHD list, are yellow 5, blue 1, red, green 3. So you need to start reading the labels, because sometimes we don't know if these food dyes are in them, because they're actually in cosmetics and toothpaste, like mouthwash as well. So start to read the label, start to monitor what's happening in the body when you're consuming these things. Test it out for yourself, because this can contribute to hyperactive symptoms. Vitamins, number 5. So some studies link ADHD with low levels of certain micronutrients. So that's include the iron, because we feel tired all the time, magnesium, zinc, vitamin B6, vitamin D. As we've mentioned, vitamin D is really important. It can be supplemented, or 15 minutes of sunshine is enough. If you're living in a sunny country, get out there, enjoy the sunshine. Omega-3s from fish oils, and also other supplements on probiotics. There's been a lot of research done on the gut and gut bacteria. So that's something that you could look into for weight loss and to keep that balance. Selenium, which is in the rice, and CBD oil. So extracting it from hemp can calm the nervous system. And psychogenol is for concentration and focus. But again, when you're taking vitamins, it's a chemical. It's what you're putting in. This chemical reaction's happening. Sometimes we can actually take too much vitamins. So really start to get present to what's actually going on. This actually happened from my own experience, from when there was a craze of having B12 and B6. I had some of the shots, additional shots, and yeah, it worked short term. But then I had a blood test with the doctor, and he said, you've got too much B12 in your system. Stop taking it. So you can have too much. So it's all about getting this balance and finding the middle way. Take a moment now, ponder on these 5 areas. Just think about which one is causing an increase in symptoms, and then maybe that's one that you can focus on. So one thing at a time. So just to recap what those 5 are. Number 1 is the sugar. 2, saturated fats. 3, caffeine. 4, artificial foods. And 5, vitamins. So you could take one of those areas each week and just look at that. So now let's understand what foods aid the ADHD, so brain, the way that we work. Let's look at that. So number 1 is grains. Okay, so choose a variety. Avoid white rice, because that's bleached again. Dyes. It's not natural. The color of rice is not white. So you could look at brown rice instead. You can look at brown bread and crackers, low sugar cereals. But again, with the low sugar cereals, be very careful on the labels, because even though it says 30% less sugar, 30% less of what? What was it before? You know, you really got to get this magnifying glass and look at these things. Brown rice, as we've said already, has that selenium in it. White whole grain pasta is another option. Lentils, excellent. Lentils, great for sleeping. Just got lots of nutrients in. You can have them with a salad. Fantastic. Popcorn, another one. Vegetables. The more the better, basically. Yeah, they provide lots of vitamins, and the raw better. So having them raw is going to be much more beneficial to you. They provide lots of vitamins, iron, calcium, and phytochemicals. Can be prepared as snacks. We can just have some celery sticks, we can have carrots, we can have cucumber, organic if you can afford it. But if not, then just make sure that it's washed properly. Vegetable soups, don't overcook the veggies. That takes all the nutrients out. Third, it's the fruits. They say 3 to 4 portions a day. So that's like a small apple, banana, satsuma. Provides with minerals and vitamins again. Rainbow fruits are very good for helping with depression. So if you think about nice bright yellow colour, grapefruit, bananas, melons, lemons, all these things, very good for depression. Pineapple, another one. So avoid pure fruit juice. And I'll tell you why, there's been a lot of about juicing and this, you can just live off juices. Yes, you probably can. But again, if it's fruit juice in the juices, it's again a lot of sugar. It's too much sugar. So just be aware of that. 4, dairy. Okay, so 4 servings a day of dairy. It provides the protein, it's the vitamins, the B12, the calcium, important for our bones and our teeth. Yogurt, natural cheese. Avoid processed cheese. Soybeans milk substitutes are plentiful now, so you can always have a substitute. 5, protein. So protein, 3 to 5 child-sized portions, low-fat meats. Stay clear of the red meats. They take a lot longer to digest. Poultry is good, chicken, fish, oily fishes. And then there's dry beans, kidneys, pinto, red beans. Have omega-3. And the eggs, or nut butters, walnuts and almonds. And remember with some nuts that they do have a high fat content as well. So everything in moderation. So take a moment now to ponder on these 5 foods and think about what you can do to change your diet to benefit your mind and body. So let's just give you a quick recap of those 5. So grains, number 1. 2, vegetables. 3, fruits. 4, dairy. 5, protein. So let's now look at what is the ideal ADHD diet. Well, this is something that you really need to find out for yourself because everybody is different. Everyone has likes and dislikes. But the ideal diet, if you look at what is currently works, there might be some things that you're doing that already work for you. So keep doing what's working. If there's things that are not working, then you can substitute them and play around with it. So the ideal diet, and this is a diet that that works for myself and family, is the Mediterranean diet. So it's really looking at some of those countries in the Middle East and Greek islands that have this blue zone. They've actually called the blue zone because they have a healthy diet, and it's been proved that what they eat improves longevity. One of the islands is called Icarus, and people are living into their hundreds because of they're growing their own food, and it's lots of olive oil. It's the Mediterranean diet and fish. You could eat raw vegetables as snacks. You can look at seeds and nuts. They provide a good energy source, so it's slow releasing, which is really good throughout the day and gives you some of those magnesium that we need. You can take supplements, try it out for yourself. Yogurt and milk products, natural cheeses, and drink water. Just avoid drink, with too much alcohol and coffee. The water content is under debate. So some people say we don't need to drink too much, and some say we don't drink. Well, it all depends on what else you're drinking, doesn't it? If you're drinking a lot of coffee and you're getting dehydrated, and you need to replenish the water. So studies actually show that those who drank water rated themselves as happier, their visual attention was on the up, and their visual memory was better. So that's studies that are done. So try a study on yourself. Other benefits include skin elasticity, replenishing daily water loss. That's because we're sweating and we're urinating, we're losing those fluids, so we have to replace them. It aids bodily functions as well, like digestion. So when we have the saliva in the mouth, that starts the digestion process, breaking down the enzymes. Also flexes the muscles and lubricates the joints and cleanses the toxins too. So here's the invitation to do the work. It's not about information. This is about applying it to our life, step by step, breaking it down. So what you can do this week is you could prepare some meal plans just for 1 week and just action them for 1 week. You could start to drink more water and notice the effects on the brain. Now on the daily planner sheet that we've designed, it actually has a note for the water intake. So you could start monitoring that 1 week. Just take one thing at a time. You could attend a mindful eating class so you can get present to how we can slow the body down and just slow the eating down, and you get more joy and gratitude out of the food. You can research into gut bacteria and how that relates to the brain. You can reward yourself for each task that you accomplish and celebrate. Remember, we're here to enjoy ourselves. So take a moment and just to really get present to what you can focus on this week. And just do one thing. Don't have to do everything, just break it down. If you have any questions, please get in touch by email or book a discovery call in and we can have a chat about it. We do have a ADHD nutritionist part of the group, so we can get information from them and put you in touch. So just summarizing with this quote from Bernard Jensen, nutrition is the only remedy that can bring full recovery and can be used with any treatment. Remember, food is our best medicine. So why not use it? As with all of these modules, please give us some feedback if we can improve what we do and share with others. Maybe you found something that works for you and you want to share it, then share it on the forum and get in touch. Some of the resources that you can start to look at is useful video from Laura Stevens on nutrition and ADHD and eating right, the ADHD friendly diet, but there's also books on it as well, the ADHD cookbook, and there is also useful apps to explore. So Noom is one of them, mealtime plans, Plan to Eat, and Whisk can help with those mealtime planning. And also look for research studies done on CBD oil and ADHD so you can see for yourself. Welcome to Module 11, Decluttering Your Environment and Your Mind. So just take a moment just to take a deep inhale and exhale. Inhale and exhale. Setting our intention to understand how we can declutter the environment we're in and declutter the mind. Okay, so decluttering the mind and the environment. So let's look at, before we go into this topic, as we normally ask, is what did you take on last week and what results did you get? So just take a moment to reflect on those and celebrate them, because it's one step at a time. So what we're going to discuss today is about the facts about decluttering. What are the benefits of decluttering? How to start decluttering your environment, and we're going to talk through a few tips and about decluttering the mind and how to start with that and how to maintain it as well going forward. And there'll be some an invitation to do the work. So Joshua Becker, who's part of the minimalist group, says the first step in crafting your life, the life that you want, is to get rid of everything you don't. Sounds simple, doesn't it? But let's have a think about, let's look at the facts about decluttering. We've heard the phrase, but do we actually do it? So the facts are, let's look at the facts. So decluttering is a task. It's not a hobby. It's a task. It's something that we have to put down and put time to. But it's also about actually maintaining it. So you do it and then you're done, but there is a sense of maintenance associated with it. You can ask yourself the 3 questions, basically. For example, if you're looking at a wardrobe, am I looking forward to wearing this again? Did I enjoy wearing it? And can I afford to let it go? Once you start getting present to those questions, then this will filter out what you want in your life and what you don't want in your life. And the key to organizing the whole house, it's not about buying extra boxes or any equipment. You've got all the equipment. It's about getting rid of the extra stuff. So you're going to go through a process of letting go. You have to decide what you want in your life. Decide if your clutter is getting you there. If it's not, then there's a need to declutter. Raise awareness on the clutter around you and get present to the benefits of not having that clutter in your life. Then it's about getting rid of it as quickly as you can. The longer you hold on to something that doesn't serve you, the longer you suffer. Don't buy more stuff unless it's going to help you to get to where you want to go. So it all comes back to your intention. So this is Lisa Schlutz, written a book about lighter living. She says, I ask myself, who would I be if I weren't busy? What would be left of my life and me after I removed excess stuff from my home and allowed my day to have unscheduled spaces? What does it look like? So that's one of the key things, is think about, what does it look like? What vision do you have for the decluttering? And it's about getting present to the benefits, because when we get present to the benefits, then we provides us with motivation to actually do it. So some of the benefits, there's been many studies showing that people are a lot happier, that when they don't have all this stuff around, they're not being reminded and going into these thought loops, which can be a distraction from your day. You get more time to spend on the things that you enjoy doing, and you feel lighter in the mind, and there's more space in the home around you. Gives you time to self-reflect on where you've come from and where you're going to. So you can start to think about some core beliefs, and see if you need to hold on to them. So we're talking about decluttering the mind as well as the environment. And it's a cleansing experience. That's the benefit. It's getting rid of the old and welcoming the new. And sometimes can provide some income if you're selling things on too. So really get present to this, because all the times when we can't find things around the house, it is a state of confusion. It's a state of frustration. It's not knowing where things are. You can spend a lot of time trying to find those things. So being in a state of confusion is a self-torture. Why would you do it to yourself? Get real. Declutter. Start today. So take a moment to see if you can remember what it was like to find something in the place where you knew it was. What's that feeling like? That's the benefit of decluttering. So let's start with the environment. Let's start. How do we start doing it? Okay. The first thing we need to do is we need to visualize the space. So we need to visualize, what do we want the space to look like? Don't bring any new items into your home until the decluttering process is complete. Prepare yourself mentally and gather the items you need, and get ready to let go of some of those things. Set a time aside for this decluttering, and maybe start with a small space first so you can build up that motivation, and then you get to the one that bothers you the most. So when you can identify the behaviors that led to too much in your home, you can begin protecting the space between your things. So what other things we can do? Sometimes when we're decluttering, we get stuck with sentimental items. I think we can actually turn those into stories. We can write about them, but just allocate a time to do that. Give everything a home. Consult with a professional on the subject. There's a national association of professional declutterers and organisers, and they can organise everything from your photos to your desktop to your home. So there is help out there. find out if you're resisting this decluttering, what is it that's holding you back? You know, why are you not doing it? What is the payoff behind it? So clean and tidy your workspace. Workspace really important. Delete old files from the computer. Turn off notifications as well on your phone while you're doing it. Decluttering your environment can mean other things as well. You can start with what you see, but don't forget the big stuff, okay? Take one item at a time and apply the mindfulness to the decluttering process. Ask the right questions. Do I really need this? Of what benefit is it providing? Remember your vision and stick to it. You can always use mantras if you get distracted. So, a few tips just to summarize on the decluttering. So, visualize the space that you want. Get motivated by the benefits. So, you can meditate on the benefits. Have love and joy while you're doing it. Enjoy the process. Everything has a place and it stays in that place. So it's important to maintain it. As soon as you borrow something from that place, you put it back. We don't realize how excess stuff draws on our energy until it's removed. And once you go through this process, you're going to start to see, you're going to feel a lot lighter. You'll feel that you've accomplished something and your energy levels will increase. So take a moment now and think, are you currently on top of decluttering? Have you even attempted it? If yes, please share what do you do to maintain it. If no, then perhaps think about what is holding you back. So the other area where we have a lot of clutter is in the mind. So how do we start with the mind? Well, if we want more healing and peace in the world, let us start with our homes, our relationships, our mindsets, and ourselves. So if mind states are correlated with our happiness, which has been studies to show that they are, then why not to declutter the mindset and that you're in, and to bring it back to a more focused and concentrated mindset. So how do we do this? Well, firstly, it's about eliminating distractions. You can meditate and note what comes up. You can do a distractibility test and find out what thoughts are coming in, and you can test those thoughts. You can look at what obstacles stand in your way of your mind becoming cluttered. What is it? What are the negative thoughts that keep coming up, the recurring patterns that come up? And just note them, all the things down that are bothering you. It's really good practice to do just before going to sleep, to get all those things down on a piece of paper, leave them outside the door, and then go to sleep. You can review the to-do lists and note the things that you've been procrastinating on. You can take control of your finances, organize your accounts, start tracking your money, make a plan to pay off those debts, practice yoga, and get out of the mind. So you can also start to think just think about if there's anything upsetting you right now, because that, whatever it is, can clutter the mind and it keeps you distracted. You can do the love and kindness meditation to actually bring that forgiveness in and forgive yourself and the other person, because by holding on to that, it really does clutter the mind. You can take breaks for the mind during the day. Now, some studies have been done on this. If something bad happens to you, let's say something unpleasant, then talk about it or write about it. If something good happens to you, think about it. There's been proven research done on this where people have kept journals and they've written about their bad experiences or unpleasant experiences, and it's reduced their anxiety levels by 50%. Practice breath meditation. So there's many different types of breath meditation that we can do, and we have all the technology now to do that. And again, if things are really bothering you, is to clear that before you go to bed, and then just screw it up. So you've got it out of your head onto the paper. Take a moment right now just to get present to what mind state that you're currently in. And just be aware that there's the foreground and there's the background mind state. So there's two different types. And just get present to that. So once you've decluttered the mind and you've decluttered your environment, it's about maintenance. It's about maintaining that space going forward. So how do we do that? Well, here there's some tips that you can put in place. There's something called the reset time, and I use this constantly with the kitchen and do a reset in the kitchen. So after cooking, then do a reset and put the kitchen back to how it was when I found it. You could do the same with the workspace. So at the start of the day, the end of the day, just clearing all up, shutting down the PC. Just incorporating these routines into your day will reduce the clutter on just increasing on a long-term basis. Make sure that everything goes back in the same place. Now, this is a habit that you'll need to form because it takes time. And they say 21 days, 40 days, just got to keep practicing putting things back in the same place. So get present to the consequences of not putting things back in the same place, and also get present to the benefits, that feeling of when you found something and you knew exactly where it was. You can also incorporate weekly and monthly declutter sessions. So it's not something you can have to do all at once. You could do it bit by bit. You can make time for cleaning and tidying areas. So deeper cleans, book them in to clear that clutter. Allow time for computer maintenance. Computers need maintenance too. Otherwise, if they don't get decluttered, then you might notice that they kind of can't function properly. And it's a bit the same like the brain. So they need actually decluttering, and there's packages out there like Crap Cleaner and sort of virus softwares that will clean the PC. So photos as well. Now we're in an age of digital photos. We just have so many photos. Allow the time to do the photos and lower the expectations that you're going to do the whole lot in one session. Break it down. So Joshua Becker basically really gets to the point on this, minimizing our stuff around us. It forces us to confront things, and our stuff forces us to confront ourselves. So we might have to face the reality that we actually are messy. And this is something that we may have been denying for many years. And it's about facing that reality and accepting it. Because as long as we don't accept it, we suffer and we blame others. And then that has a negative effect on our relationships. So it is really about taking responsibility, and doing this process, you can start to face those issues and the way that you manage your life. So let's look at maintaining the mind. Incorporate a daily meditation practice. So it could be at the morning, could be in the evening, or both. Give your mind a break between meetings. Practice breath meditation and coming back to the moment. Drink more water and understand the mind-body connection. So if you're on the mindfulness subscription, you can access all the mindfulness videos about the mind-body connection. Write and talk about the negative things. Think only about the positives. Avoid the thought loops and put those thoughts on trial. Take the time to investigate your mindset states and do the work, the insight meditation on understanding the root causes. So take a moment and think what you can do to change and manage your environment and your mind. Commit to doing one thing for each of these areas this week and share with the group and your coach. So here's the invitation to do the work. The mindless accumulation of vast mountains of stuff is unforgivably dumb. Mindful curation of meaningful possessions can be a great source of joy. So as Richard is a little bit harsh there, but it's true, is that you're not being mindful of this accumulation of stuff that's growing. And when you start to be just having the things that you really enjoy, your clothes you enjoy wearing, the sofa you like sitting on, the chair that you meditate on, once you've got those things, they can bring source of joy and you appreciate things a lot more. So here's the invitation to do the work. We've already said declutter one area of your environment this week. Meditate daily for 5 minutes to declutter the mind. You can do this at the start of the day and at the end of the day. You can attend the love and kindness meditation to practice forgiveness and self-compassion. And you can research into the mind-body connection and get present to the disadvantages of clutter in your mind and your environment. And then don't forget to reward yourself for each task completed and celebrate the precious life that you have. If you have any questions, please get in touch. In the meantime, wishing you a wonderful decluttering experience and a simple, minimalist life. Enjoy the peace of nature and declutter your inner world. Because when we have space and time, we can start to appreciate the things that really matter. If you've got any feedback on this presentation, please, we're open to the feedback, to get in touch. And here's some of the resources. So there's a great movie on Netflix called The Minimalists, talking exactly about this. And there's also one, Becoming a Minimalist, Decluttering Your Home. And you can access all these links on the PDF presentation. And you can get a professional on board. So they're the links to the associations in the UK and the US. And I'm sure if you're not living in those countries, there'll be others around where you can get access to, or you can just have a meeting online with them. Books, Declutter Your Home, Badass for Uncluttering. There's links in there for those books, and some of the apps, Sortly, Declutter, Centric, and Let Go. Let Go is kind of like letting go of stuff. You sell things on there. And the others will give you advice, basic of how to sort things and declutter the home and your environment. There's some research that's been done on decluttering, of how it can increase happiness. So there's a link to that. So please go and explore. Welcome to Module 12 of Celebrating ADHD. In this module, we are going to focus on, do a review of what we've done and what we've covered. And we're going to look at rewriting our ADHD story and about celebrating our life. So before we start, let's tune in. Let's take a deep breath in and breath out. Breathe in. Breathe out. On the next inhale, just scan the body from the head to the toes. And then just check in with the mind. Just note what's there. And put any worries or concerns aside. setting our intention to celebrate this precious human life that we have, and to review all the modules of the course. Get present to the breakdowns and the breakthroughs, and get present to rewriting the story that we tell ourselves and what we tell others. Welcome to Module 12, the final module of Celebrating ADHD, where we're going to review what we've done to date, and we're going to rewrite the ADHD story that we tell ourselves. So let's start with our usual, what did you take on last week and what results did you get? So last topic was on decluttering and clearing the space and clearing the mind. So just take a moment to see what you took on, what you did. Okay, so what we said, we're going to, I'm going to ask you to review your intention. The intention that you set when you started this course, and we're going to look at what's been achieved, what's happened along the way. We're going to review each module and look at how far we've come. We're going to celebrate the breakdowns and the breakthroughs and recognize that it's an ongoing journey that we're on. We're going to start reframing your ADHD story, and there's some options to how you can continue on the path. So every journey begins with the first step of articulating the intention and then becoming the intention. So that's why we started this course with setting your own intention. And through setting the intention, you're halfway there and sharing it with others to becoming it. So let's review. Let's start reviewing your intention. So let's start with why we want to review our intention. It's to track our progress. We want to know if we set the destination to go somewhere, we want to know, did we get there? Did we get there on time? What road blocks did we have along the way? And did we enjoy the journey? So it's good to just reflect, take this time to reflect on what we've done, and are we going in the right direction still? Because things change all the time. Our goals, our priorities change. So you can ask yourself this, are you going in the right direction? Are you engaged with your goals? And remember, if we don't learn to fail, we fail to learn. So this success failure analysis you could apply to it. What went well during the course? What didn't go according to plan? And what did you learn? This is an opportunity to improve your strategy and action plan. And just remember, we are all work in progress. Life is a continuous learning process. So we can review our progress through 3 elements: attitude, technique, and performance. And within the members area, the templates, There is a review sheet for each module, so you can actually do this and measure it yourself. But take a moment now and just review your progress and whether you've reached your intention overall. Just be honest and be kind to yourself. If you'd like to share, then you can email, get in touch. Or you can share in the community on the group forums. So let's review the modules and how far we've come. So module 1, we looked at organisation and planning. We looked at planning your day, your week, your months ahead, and to-do lists. We looked at prioritisation on what's important. We got present to the time myopia and why we have to change our relationship with time. We got organised with documents and life in general. The question to ask is, has your relationship with time changed? And review it on attitude, technique, and performance. Are you using the daily planner? Are you planning your week? Are you staying on top of what is important? Just take some time to reflect on that. The second module we looked at was reducing distractions. So we got present to what your distractions are through the distractibility test. We use mindfulness and meditation to set your intention for the day. We looked at how to reduce those thought loops and the time spent on negative emotions. We got present to the consequences of those distractions. And the question is have you reduced the number of distractions during your day-to-day life? Review it on attitude, technique, and performance. Take a moment to reflect. Module 3, adaptive thinking. We got present to what adaptive thinking is. We understand the mind a bit better and how to adapt our thinking. Got present to these consequences of thought loops. Question is, have you been able to apply adaptive thinking? Review yourself on attitude, technique, and performance. Take time to reflect. Module 4, overcoming powerful emotions. Got present to what emotions actually are. Use mindfulness and meditation to calm ourselves down. We got present to the disadvantages of anger. And we understood impermanence and feelings that come and go. Question is, are you able to overcome powerful emotions? Review on attitude, technique, and performance. Take the time to reflect. Module 5, ADHD and relationships. We got present to the ADHD effect on relationships. We looked at how important it is to understand how the other person feels and developing empathy. We got present to what we do and how it affects others and ourselves. We applied the love and kindness meditation and forgiveness to all relationships. The question is, have you looked at all your relationships, including the one with yourself, and have you applied the 6-step process to rebuild it? Review yourself on attitude, technique, and performance. Take the time to reflect. Module 6, connecting with the inner child. Getting present to your inner child, we understand what the inner child is. We looked at past wounds and how to heal them. We looked at how to restore integrity with your inner child and becoming a nurturing parent to give your inner child what it needs. Question is have you connected with your inner child? Review yourself on attitude, technique, and performance. Take the time to reflect. Module 7, overcoming procrastination. We got present to what procrastination is and the types of procrastination that we can fall into. We know that it steals our time. We understood how to overcome it. That the question is are you using the techniques to overcome procrastination? Have you successfully overcome procrastination? Review yourself on attitude, technique, and performance. Take the time to reflect. Module 8, developing problem-solving skills. We got present to problem-solving skills, that you exist. We understand that it takes time to problem solve. We develop the skill of problem solving. Review yourself. Question is how have your problem solving skills improved? Review yourself on attitude, technique, and performance. Take the time to reflect. Module 9, encouraging creativity. Got present to your ADHD gift of creativity, and we looked at understanding flow and how to encourage it. We discovered what is holding your creativity back, and we looked at how to reconnect with your creativity. So the question is, have you reconnected with your creativity? Review yourself on attitude, technique, and performance. Take the time to reflect. Module 10, nutrition and ADHD. We got present to how nutrition can help reduce the symptoms. We understood what elements of the diet can enhance your mind and your body. Got present to sugar and how it affects your brain. We reviewed the supplements that can help. The question is, have you changed your diet? Review yourself on attitude, technique, and performance. Take the time to reflect. Module 11, decluttering. We got present to the benefits of decluttering, the environment and the mind. You understand how to plan and start decluttering. We looked at meditation to declutter the mind. The question is have you reduced the amount of clutter in your life? Review on your attitude, technique, and performance. Take the time to reflect. So celebrating the breakdowns and the breakthroughs. Now we must celebrate the breakdowns because without the breakdowns, we don't have the breakthroughs. So this is the key thing, is it's all part of the journey. So let's look at some of the what the breakthroughs are, the important discoveries that help improve your situations. That's what the breakthroughs are. When you really start to see that core belief that has been holding you back, or that behavior that you wanted to change, that's the breakthrough. And it's kind of like seeing a glimpse of light in the cloud. If you imagine a cloud full of black grey sky, and then you've got a little bit of glimpse of sun that peeks through, and that is actually called Satorus in Greek. You're seeing that glimpse in the cloud, knowing the possibility is there. The other thing to note is to apply the self-compassion throughout the whole process, because we're all work in progress. And remembering that we're good enough just the way we are, right here, right now. But the fact that we want to improve and reduce our suffering is how we can improve or the quality of our life. So take time to reflect on the major breakdowns and the breakthroughs. So now let's look at reframing your ADHD story. So this is evolving over time. Hopefully you know a lot more now than what you did when you started. So it's an opportunity to reframe the story, your story, because there's an event and then there's what we make it to mean. And it's what the make it to mean is the story that we hold on to. So let's have a look at reframing the story. So a reframe is not about telling yourself that your fear is wrong. Reframes are about finding another way to look at the possibilities of your life. It's Rebecca Sampson, Stronger Now, How to Thrive in Any Circumstance and Become Unstoppable. So when we're telling the story, there's 3 elements to telling the story. So we have the tension, we build up the tension, we have the engagement, and then we have the purpose, the intention of why we're telling the story. So here's some tips. Keep it short and to the point. So engage the other person through asking questions. Have you ever been in a situation when you've missed so many appointments and you felt so embarrassed? Yeah. Remember the purpose of the story. Why are you telling them this? And make the language relevant to them. Use simple language. You can use humor, but when it's appropriate. And then ask for feedback to improve for next time. So why are we looking at this? Well, it's about the language. The language we use is extremely powerful. It is the frame through which we perceive and describe ourselves and our picture of the world. So we're not just talking about the language we use to speak, to communicate, we're also talking about the language we use within the inner voice with ourselves. It's extremely powerful. That's why positive affirmations are about using positive language to change mindsets. So take a moment to write down your story. Imagine someone's just asked you, what does it mean to have ADHD? And when you're writing the story, think about those elements, the storytelling elements. So think about purpose. Think about the language that you're going to use. Think about engaging the other person, making it relevant to them, leaving them touched, moved, and inspired. And if you're comfortable, you can share it with the group. You can email and write in what your story is, what it was and what it is now. So once you've got your story written down, what I'd like you to do is read it over and over again. And then rewrite it over and over again till you get fed up with it. And get present to the benefits and the superpowers of ADHD and what you can offer to the world. Sharing your story, perhaps how life could be different without ADHD. Would you have so much creativity? Would you be able to come up with different ideas? Then share some gratitude for the diagnosis that you have. And think about the key things that perhaps you want to work on and change. Develop that self-positive talk. Mention about the famous people that have ADHD. You know, we're up there with the best of them. Bill Gates, Michael Jordan, Richard Branson, Steven Spielberg. And perhaps put in what you're doing and how you've approached the learning and what you've learned about mindfulness. So you can put some of these famous people into your story. You can also get present to the fact that we have an opportunity to learn mindfulness, and we're able to be present in the here and now. We are able to use mindfulness to reduce the symptoms of ADHD. So now it's about celebrating. Celebrating. It's about celebrating this precious human life. I really want you to get present to this, because at the time where we've just had a huge world pandemic of COVID-19 happening across the world, we can see human life being taken day by day. We each have a precious human life. Time to celebrate what we have. So how can we do it? Well, we can practice love and kindness every day, to be kind to ourselves. We can get present to the benefits of the mind and the body. We can bring superpowers to mind. We can celebrate the creativity, start doing things, going out there and enjoying what we do. We can bring gratitude to mind for all the good things we have in our life. We can write down a list of good qualities in the people around you. Start seeing the positives in the people around you, in your life. We can start to review all the compliments you've been given and just write them all down. Make them visual, put them up there. Remember them, think about them. You're good as you are, right here, right now. You can reward yourself for the actions that you've contributed to your own well-being by being committed to this course. You can get present to the needs that you have been fulfilled. You can get present to the pleasurable things in life. Other ways, you can look at, continue the mindfulness of thoughts and being mindful of joy. You can look at laughter yoga for joy and just do laughter yoga. You can write a gratitude journal. You can get involved with the gratitude projects, which is a separate project that's been launched on New Year's Day. It's www.thegratitudeprojects.org.uk. Start spreading the gratitude around collectively. Mindful eating. You can bring more joy into your food. Mindful walking. Bring joy in every step. Mindful relationships. And you can celebrate science and technology. You can celebrate the breath of life. There's so much to celebrate when we start thinking about it. And you could start practicing this prayer every morning, as the Dalai Lama does. Every day, think as you wake up, Today, I'm fortunate to be alive. I have a precious human life. I am not going to waste it. I'm going to use all my energies to develop myself, to expand my heart out to others, to achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings. So take a moment and think about one thing that you can celebrate right now. And just put a smile on your face. Put your hands up into the celebrate posture and enjoy that feeling of victory. Yes, you've done it. Invitation to do the work. So what I'm asking for you to do now is to review all the modules, write down the breakthroughs that you've had. Just review them on the catch-up modules in the members area. Celebrate each other and reward yourself for completing the course. Research into the advantages of mindfulness as an essential tool on your continued journey. Doesn't end here. It's a continual process. So why not sign up for the mindfulness training with Satori to focus the mind? Perhaps you can consider future coaching once a month to just keep you on track and keep focusing. Maybe take each module and expand the length of it. So you could take one module a month and focus on that each month. Just to summarize, be mindful, be grateful, be positive, be true, and be kind to yourself and those around you. If you have any questions about the content or about coaching, then please get in touch. And there are a few tests that you can do at the end, just to measure the success of it. Is the well-being test. That you can test your well-being, and what we did on the course is we tested the well-being at the start, and then we'll test the well-being at the end. The same with the mindfulness test, beginning and end. And here's a list of useful videos, telling a good story, the magic of storytelling, and some books. You can rewrite your own story, some of the apps, and some research on mindfulness and ADHD, how these interventions have helped. And we're also doing studies ourselves to measure this success. And if you want to be a part of that, then please get in touch. And just to summarize the whole of this course is it's up to us. It is up to us to introduce behavioral change now. Because we are what we think, all that we are arises with our thoughts. With our thoughts, we make the world.